Good morning. It's good to be back here in the Council Hall. I'm pleased to introduce the time for reflection being led for us today by Jan Lethbridge of the Dumfries and Galloway Interfaith Group, which concerns the United Nations Day of Peace, which took place on the 21st of September. The event was held at the Allington Peace Sanctuary on Sunday, which I understood was a nice sunny day for the event. Unfortunately, Jan can't be with us, so we will be watching a recorded video that she's made. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Dumfries and Galloway Interfaith Group, I'd like to thank you first for the invitation to share this time for reflection. This week, people around the world have been marking the International Day of Peace. Locally, on Sunday, over 40 people gathered at Allington Sanctuary and were joined via Zoom by others from around the globe. The Day of Peace is actually observed each year on the 21st of September, but I wonder how many people know that. Established in 1981 by the United Nations, the Peace Day provides a globally shared date for everyone to commit to peace within themselves and to contribute to building a culture of peace in their homes, their neighbourhoods, their towns, their cities and their countries. This year's theme for the Peace Day is Recovering Better for a Sustainable and Equitable World, especially for the sake of our children and young people and for the generations to come. The theme reminds us that peace does not stand in isolation. It does not exist in a vacuum. True and lasting peace cannot happen unless other issues in all societies are resolved, so that all people have a real chance of a life free from fear and hatred, free from persecution and discrimination, free from homelessness, poverty, and disease. A caring, compassionate, kind and hopeful way of thinking and being can be an antidote to despair and a stepping stone on the way to peace. Maybe we all need reminders that we are each other's family and friends. We're not strangers, not outsiders, not foreigners, nor enemies. And just as different types and colours of flowers bring beauty to our gardens, so all our wonderful and varied characteristics bring beauty to the amazing garden of humanity, which we all inhabit. All of the major faiths in the world express a commitment to peace in their own form of words, and I would like to share a few. From the Hindu writings, for the man who forsakes all desires and abandons all pride of possession and of self reaches the goal of peace supreme. From the Jewish writings, and the work of righteousness shall be peace, and the effect of righteousness, quietness and assurance forever. And my people shall dwell in a peaceable habitation, and in sure dwellings, and in quiet resting places. From the Buddhist writings, happily we live as peaceful beings, renouncing victory and defeat. There is no greater bliss than peace. From the Christian writings, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. From the Islamic writings, shall I not tell you what is better than prayers and fasting and giving alms to the poor? It is making peace between one another. Enmity and malice destroy all virtues. From the Baha'i writings, Do not be content with showing friendship in words alone. Let your heart burn with loving kindness for all who may cross your path. And finally, as I represent the local interfaith group here today, a reading from an interfaith source written by an American minister of an interfaith church where members of several different faiths worship together. The interfaith community to which I belong believes that there is a spiritual core to the universe that calls us to our better selves if we will listen. We recognize that there are many ways of interpreting the nature of this spiritual core. Some of us believe in God, and there will be differing definitions of God. Some of us believe in a moral imperative that involves no deity whatsoever, and some of us are not sure. But we embrace as self-evident what Jesus, Confucius, Hillel, the Buddha, Muhammad, Baha'u'llah, the Sikh gurus, and so many others have taught us, that we are our brothers and sisters' keepers, and that we must strive daily to treat each other with honour, with respect, and with love. We call this social justice. We are connected. A hungry child of any race, on any continent, from whatever background, diminishes us all. A homeless person of any race, on any continent, from whatever background, diminishes us all. We are not defined by our beliefs. Rather, we are defined by how we act and who we help. Thank you once again for inviting the Interfaith Group to share this time for reflection. And I wish you a peaceful and productive meeting this morning. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Well, thanks to Jan for sharing her thoughts with us. Hopefully they will inspire us to have a considerate, thoughtful and respectful meeting. Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of full council, which is back in Council Hall, at least partially, at long last. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the recording will be made available on the council website for public listening. Please follow the good practice guidance if you are joining remotely, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions made by other members already. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. And if any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time, or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting, so we can keep an eye on whether or not the meeting is quorate. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. As per COVID safety guidance, the room should be ventilated after a couple of hours, and I will therefore call a half-hour break around about 12:30, depending on the conclusion of the item under discussion at that time. As members are aware, I have agreed we consider an urgent item of business in relation to Singleton Park Care Home, which will be taken at the end of the agenda as an exempt item of business. The report was issued last night, and therefore I intend to take a short recess to allow members time to familiarise themselves with the details in this report in advance of its discussion. And I understand that the fourth appendix was not issued to members until this morning, so it will give people time to have a look at that. Before we turn to the agenda today, I would like to congratulate the participants from our region who took part in the recent Olympics and Paralympics. I have asked officers to explore the best options for organising a civic reception for those athletes and the others taking part in national sporting events over the last year. Vlad, can you provide the sederant and any apologies, please?
Thank you, Leader. Good morning, members. I can confirm that we have apologies from Councillor Pauline Drysdale, Councillor Gail McGregor, and we have at the moment 23 members on Teams, 11 here at the hall, and at the time of looking just now, we've got Councillor Brodie not present, Councillor Charteris, Councillor Dempster, Councillor Giusti, Councillor McClelland, Councillor Ronnie, not present.
Councillor Dempster's face appeared at one point during time for reflection, so I think he probably is there.
He's not joined this one yet.
Ah, right, okay, he's got still to join this one. Okay, so do any members have a declaration of interest they wish to make? I believe I have to make a declaration of interest because I'm a member of the Regional Economic Partnership, and item 4 involves a discussion on the Regional Economic Strategy. Archie and then Rob.
Thanks, Leader. The first exempt item. I am an employee of Royal British Legion Scotland and therefore will not take part in that discussion.
Thank you. Rob.
Good morning, Leader. Like yourself, I'm a member of the Regional Economic Partnership, but of course intend to stay and participate in the item. Thank you, Leader.
Naturally, thanks. Councillor Scobie.
It's not a declaration, it's just a preliminary matter, Chair, if you want to take it just now.
Fair enough, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I got your email this morning on the ambulance situation. I did think I was writing to the proper officer when I asked the Chief Executive, and I stand corrected if he is not the proper officer. But you referred to it being taken as when Richard Graveson's going to make his report.
Yeah, Richard will be reporting to us after the full council meeting, so there'll be an opportunity to raise the ambulance issue there. Or indeed, because we've got a members' briefing with the NHS tomorrow for MPs, MSPs and councillors, obviously we could raise it at that point as well. I think that the point was not about who the proper officer was. The point is that you requested a report, and the standing order says it's on an issue of policy, and this is not our policy. I mean, if you had put in an emergency motion, I would have accepted it, Willie.
Yeah, as I say, we know all that we can learn each day. Every day is a skill day for me. But, you know, I thought I was writing to the proper, well, not under the proper order, but the Chief Executive. So I stand corrected on that in terms of standing orders. But I did request, and when you say we're not, we're part of the partnership with the Health and Social Care Partnership. So I think it's, a bit, to say that, ambulance is not a major concern, because it is, and it is a crisis. As you say, I could have put in an emergency motion.
I don't think anybody's saying it's not a major concern, but the Scottish Ambulance Service is a national service, and the local authority is not in any way responsible for it. But as I say, if you put in an emergency motion, I would have happily accepted it, given it is an important matter. Anybody else have declarations of interest they wish to make? I'm not seeing anything on the screen either, so can we go on to the approval of the minutes of the meeting of the 24th of June? Are we happy to approve? Good. Okay, so the next item of business is the South of Scotland Regional Economic Strategy. This report presents the South of Scotland Regional Economic Strategy as recommended by the South of Scotland Regional Economic Partnership, who have led the development of the strategy. The draft strategy was presented to full council on 24th of June, and we have since had a members' seminar and discussion at the Economy and Resources Committee to formulate our consultation response. This is the final version of the Regional Economic Partnership document. It's here for endorsement by the council and not for further amendment. We can't actually amend it any further. Steve Rogers is available on Teams to assist members with any questions, and I see that Councillor Wilson and Councillor McCammon wish to speak. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Leader, and I welcome the draft strategy that is there. And there's 2 points that I wish to make. And the first is when full council last considered this, which, forgive me, I cannot remember what month that was. I had mentioned about the need to make sure that we had sort of KPIs or considered data. There's also a number of a vast range of economic data that is available, and I'm aware that South of Scotland Enterprise themselves are pulling together a team who can consider views and evidence and data specific for the South of Scotland. But also I'm aware that there are a number of calls for the sort of campaigning or work to support a bid for a Galloway National Park were also raised by a number of stakeholders. I appreciate that the strategy is here in sort of final form for endorsement or agreement, whatever your words were, but I wondered if both those issues on data and on action to support a national park bid for Galloway could maybe be included in the later work. I believe there's an action plan to be worked up as a result of the economic strategy, and just looking for assurances from officers that those two issues will be included in that plan.
Thanks, Adam. Steve Rogers is here to assist with questions, so could I... He's not in... he's online. Hello, Steve. Do you want to take up those 2 points?
Yes, thank you, Leader, and good morning, members. So, yes, in response to Councillor Wilson's questions there, these are matters that will be considered as part of the development of the delivery plan that's going to sit alongside the strategy. So it's intended to bring a more detailed report on that to the November meeting of the Economy and Resources Committee. The work is still ongoing in terms of developing both an action plan and a framework for measuring and monitoring the delivery of the strategy, and both of those components will form part of the report to November's Economy and Resources Committee, Leader.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
With regard to the, sorry, Leader, with regard to the national park, that item will be picked up as part of the delivery plan.
Thanks, Steve. Councillor Wilson.
And just my questions. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. No, I raised it at the last meeting of the Regional Economic Partnership, whether we should, we can't really specify, I don't think, within the south of Scotland where it should be, because I know there's a campaign for a national park in the borders as well as in Dumfries and Galloway, but I certainly think the achieving of a national park in the south of Scotland should be one of our aims. Unfortunately, I didn't seem to receive a great deal of support when I raised it at the Regional Economic Partnership, but I will continue to raise it. Councillor McCammon.
Thanks, Chair. No, Councillor Wilson's covered my question, and I'm quite happy with Steve's response. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. I really welcome in the strategy the priorities in relation to a just transition and green economic growth. And I think what we need to be mindful of is that this a wider context, this a perfect storm of COVID pandemic, Brexit and a climate emergency. And as members will know, in the 12-point plan, which we agreed back in 2019, there was specific reference to supporting communities to adapt and also to take the opportunities of green growth. And I recently had a meeting with Martin Valente from SOS, who is very enthusiastic about the huge opportunities for the south of Scotland through green growth. And members will have previously heard me reference just transition, which wasn't referred to much a couple of years ago when climate emergencies were being declared. But I think it is a real issue and concern for Dumfries and Galloway. So my question is in terms of how we manage that just transition, how will that work in practice for Dumfries and Galloway, bearing in mind it's a region-wide strategy for the south of Scotland, but I think that there are going to be a lot of challenges ahead for the poorest and most vulnerable people who live in Dumfries and Galloway. And I think it's important that we look at that and monitor that very carefully as we move forward with the strategy, which I'm very happy to support. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Steve.
Yes, thank you, Leader. So yes, the points made by Councillor Campbell, I think, do reflect the increased emphasis given in the final version of the strategy to a just transition to net zero. And I think that was certainly one of the key comments that we made back as part of the consultation process and following on from that discussion at the Economy and Resources Committee special meeting in August. So it's certainly been well recognised and reflected in the final version of the strategy. So some of the detail of that will be picked up in the delivery plan. But as a council, we also have our own action plan that we are working through in terms of the delivery of the just transition through our climate emergency declaration 12-point plan. And there is a more detailed action plan and strategy that has been through Economy and Resources Committee and is being overseen by the Member Officer Working Group. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell, does that suffice?
Yes, that's great. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Leader. I want to briefly record my thanks to the officers from this council who've worked very hard on the work behind the scenes to make this possible, and also to colleagues in Scottish Borders Council and South of Scotland Enterprise. And indeed the wider Regional Economic Partnership, which has been the driving force for this strategy, which has been developed in the strangest of circumstances as a very broad-based group from across the south of Scotland, most of whom I've not yet met in person, such of the strange circumstances being that we've been operating under. I think it was Mark Rowley that said that the best point at which to have a regional economic strategy would have been at the beginning of the pandemic, but the next best time would be now. I think he's absolutely right. And I hope that we will indeed endorse the strategy as it's set out today. And I think in doing so, it's important to remember that there is no intention that this become a document that sits on the shelf and is dusted off periodically. This is intended to develop and change as circumstances change, and reflect the needs of the region as they too change and develop. And it's very much in that context that we've got the review periods built into this, that we've got the delivery plan and the assessment of effectiveness. This represents, in my view, a new way of looking at an absolutely critical part of our work as a local authority, as elected representatives, and partners with a wider interest in growing the economy of the south of Scotland. I believe it is a good piece of work, and I look forward to seeing it develop and change over time and to have real benefit for the people that we serve. Thank you, Leader.
Thanks. I think that's a statement by one of the co-chairs of the partnership. So I don't think really Steve has to respond to it. Councillor Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. I was interested in what Rob said there, and I think when asked, directions in Ireland, what's the way to Limerick, I'm sure I wouldn't have started here. So when is the right time to start? Maybe we should have started well before the pandemic, going back years. But I'm looking at 3.12, ensure that collectively partner capacities and resources and are harnessed to maximise effect. Maximum effect, and that's across the area. And yet I look at the representation on the South of Scotland board, or whatever it's called, and the nearest west of the region is Rob in Dalbeattie. And we've got enough problems that really could do with a strategy when you look at Stranraer and the time that we've waited for development on the East Pier and the George Hotel. So we could do with that. And yet I look at 3.2.2. It seeks to maximise the economic opportunity in the south of Scotland. And it's well documented in terms of Ward 1 and Ward 2. We well exceeded staycation visitor numbers in terms of people gravitating towards that particular area of the region. And I think we've got to try and maximise that in a strategy on staycation and how we can attract a lot more. But that needs to be harnessed. It needs to have the proper resources and facilities that bring people, that attract people, and they want to come here and come back. So I think we do need a strategy, and we need that included as well as a staycation. And I look at the bullet points there, and reference has been made to green and sustainable economy. West of the region, we've got a bid in just now for Greenport, Freeport, and we've made the case for that. And if it's good enough to make the case to be recognised for Greenport and Freeport from the UK government, then equally we as a region should be recognising it and building it into our strategy. Should we not be successful, and I sincerely hope we will be, but we should be working on that and building that into the economy, into our strategy to achieve what we would achieve if and when we are successful with that bid. I look at other parts of this in 3.2.4, and it talks about inclusive and active travel. And I would hope that the A75 and A77 can be built into that. And again, when we're looking at increased emphasis on being outward facing and working towards increasing the region's global reputation, I would hope that we can build in there the relationships that we're building on our Northern Ireland colleagues in Mid and East Antrim Borough Council. We've got to recognise that as a strategic issue, because they too are looking at Dumfries and Galloway as a partner organisation, and we've got to recognise all these in a strategy if we're to move forward. But particularly, I would hope that we can get better representation west of the region.
Just before I hand over to Stephen, that point about the 4 council representatives, they were nominated by full council. So I was there as council leader. Rob was there not as deputy leader, as it says in the paper, but as chair of economy and resources. And Councillor Crothers and Councillor Wood were nominated by the Conservative group, and I think the Independent group at the time. But there was over 40 members of the Regional Economic Partnership nominated by businesses, by third sector organisations and so on. And some of them did come from the West. I mean, they weren't all from around here. There were representatives on there nominated by organisations which, not they weren't there as elected members, but they did come from the West and were you're representing the West interest as much as as a sectoral interest. But I'll hand over to Steve.
Thank you, Leader. I think a number of the points raised by Councillor Scobie will be picked up as part of the development of the delivery plan. In particular, those references to some of the specific initiatives and projects in the west of the region. What I would say, Leader, is that the underlying principle in terms of the development of the strategy was for it to be inclusive and also to recognise and respect the diversity that exists across the south of Scotland, from Eyemouth in the east to Portpatrick and Stranraer in the west. And that was really a very strong direction that we were given by the members of the Regional Economic Partnership to ensure that the final version of the strategy fully reflected that diversity of place. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Councillor Scobie, is that?
Yeah, I'm grateful for your clarification, Chair, in terms of how the four members got to where they are. I only hope that the point I'm making is recognised, that we do need representation, and I'd be interested to know who actually is on that from the West. Steve refers there to an inclusiveness, and I would hope it is inclusive, and it does cover the whole from the Irish Sea to the North Sea. And that we get sight as soon as possible on this delivery plan to see that these issues that I am raising today are included in the delivery plan. And maybe we'll even see the Georgia Tell on it.
Thanks. Councillor Dryburgh.
Thank you, Leader. And my part's really just to endorse what's in the report. I am a member of the Economic Leadership Group, which covers, private businesses, public service, and also third sector organisations. I think when they saw the strategy moving forward, they were very happy, and they did make some suggestions, which Steve is included in the report, which I'm pleased to see. Just to endorse that, Chair, that this has been discussed very widely across the region, and fully support the output.
Thanks, Archie. I see Councillor Hagman had asked to speak, but she wasn't put on the list. But she did ask after Archie asked, so I'm going to call Councillor Hagman now.
Thank you, Leader, and good morning, everyone. Yeah, I think it's really welcome, the report that we've got with us today, so thanks to the officers for this. And I would echo what Councillor Davidson was saying in terms of it's an opportunity to develop and react and change as the region does and as we move through our recovery phase presently. It's an exciting time to be in the south of Scotland, and I've said this for many, many times. It's a brilliant region to be. I chose to live in Dumfries and Galloway, and I'm so happy that I am here. So I know that there's often people talk down the region or talk down the West, but actually I think it's a really exciting time to be involved and part of this. My question really is more about the engagement and how we keep as up to date as possible. So we've got the strategy, and there has been a huge amount of engagement. In the report, it makes reference to the responses. We had our own seminar where we were able to come into this. But my question is sort of on the side of this. Will there be opportunities for elected member and MSP briefings? Because I'm aware that the South of Scotland team meet with MSPs. I don't know how often, but I believe it's regularly. And, following the same pattern that we have with the NHS, we get briefings from NHS with MSPs and councillors to ensure that we have that good partnership working. And I think that's imperative. I think as a local authority, we're very good at partnership working, and I think that's something that we should work upon. So while I appreciate we do have representative on the board, I think possibly a wider, regular, and now I say regular, whether that's once a quarter, but a chance for members to actually find out what's going on, I think would be welcome. And I would maybe ask officers to potentially explore that as an option going forward. I think the basis that we could do this on is similar to the NHS. We have elected members represented on the IJB and on the board of the NHS, but that doesn't stop us from having joint meetings with MSPs where there's key areas of work being done. So it's, Leader, if you forgive me, a slight side to the report before us, which it is very welcome, but just to ensure that continued good working and good partnership, I would like to ask officers to explore that option. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Yes, thank you, Leader. Very happy to arrange whatever briefings members feel they would benefit from. It's also our intention, as well as the Regional Economic Partnership receiving regular update reports on the strategy. It's also our intention to ensure that the Community Planning Partnership is also regularly updated, but I'm happy to arrange additional member briefings.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Leader.
Councillor James.
Good morning, Chair. First of all, I'd like to welcome the amendments, particularly 2 and 3, to the vision that we're pivoting away from merely conserving nature, and we're actually trying to enhance it going forward. I think it's just a change in the wording, but I think an important change in ethos, perhaps. And if we could somehow couple that with a reduction in our obsession about carbon, where it sucks up far too much of our interest in the environment, we could do a lot better there. It's water under the bridge to say that the vast resources, or the good, generous resources that SOSE have, would be much better devolved down to more local level, local authority level. So we are where we are. So could I just implore our representatives on the Regional Economic Partnership to use their auspices to try to encourage a streamlining of the administration of SOS, and where possible, encourage them not to be all things to all people. I think they're watered down in what they're doing, and they need to focus more, cut to the chase. Thank you.
I think the Regional Economic Partnership is a lot broader than SOS. SOS is obviously involved in it, but it is a much broader partnership, and therefore, a wider discussion. SOS itself is responsible, of course, to Scottish ministers and not to the local authorities, but we can play a part within the Regional Economic Partnership. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the point that Adam and yourself made on the National Park, and I'm pleased that it's going forward in the way you're saying it is, but and I understand the sensitivities with regarding the borders as well, having plans, but couldn't we have a statement in there saying support a national park, without specifically naming an area in the south of Scotland?
Yeah, it wouldn't be in this document because the document's been finalised, but I would certainly hope to see that in the 3-year delivery plan, I think. And then you're right, I think we have to say that one of the things we intend to deliver is a national park in the south of Scotland, but we don't say which one it is, because obviously then there would be tensions between the Scottish Borders and Dumfries and Galloway, and clearly as a council we'd be fighting for Dumfries and Galloway rather than the Borders, but I think that does need, in my view, it needs to be in the delivery plan. Steve, do you want to add to that at all?
I don't think there's anything I can add, Leader. Thanks.
Thanks. If we're finished in time, there is actually a meeting for elected members who are on the REP at 5 o'clock, which I hopefully will be able to attend if we're out by then. So obviously it'll be one of the points I'll make at that stage actually as well. So, Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Leader, very much indeed. I absolutely welcome this. It's been a long time coming, and those of us who have sat in the South of Scotland Alliance laboured long to get the circumstances and the foundations for this coming forward to us. So I really do welcome it. But what I'm stretching the recommendations a little, Leader, I hope you'll forgive me, were to note that the partnership delivery plan will be produced and discussed at Economy and Resources. And I'm really just wondering about how the information about monitoring this and checking that in our representational role for our wards, that we will know that this is actually having an impact in each individual ward. And that's the thing that I'm a little concerned about, because this is absolutely appropriate, it's big brush stuff, but how will I know eventually that it is actually having an impact for the people in my ward?
Steve.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, there's probably a couple of aspects in terms of the point that Councillor Maitland raises there. First of all, one relates to the development of the measurement framework, work on which is currently ongoing, and that will form part of the report that comes back to Economy and Resources in November. So the measurement framework will then provide a series of high-level KPIs effectively for the Regional Economic Partnership and the partner organisations to be able to track the impact that the strategy is having. However, I think at a more local level, where we will start to see the strategy having an impact is as we revisit, revise and update some of our own strategies and plans to reflect these new priorities, in particular through the next iteration of business plans and the projects and performance indicators that will appear in business plans in the future, which are the subject of local reporting mechanisms. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you. I just think it's important that we have the ability to check what is happening on the ground for our own people. And that's what I feel has been slightly missing up till now. I don't think there's a systematic way of saying to members what is happening with respect to people accessing education and then going forward and getting the jobs that we all want them to get, and then that having a trickle down effect upon the rest of our communities. It's a huge problem. I do understand it's a big issue, but I think it's really important that we explicitly show members that they are able to see that this sort of strategy will have a definite impact locally. That's what people are wanting to see. Oh, and by the way, Leader, I'm absolutely with you about the national park. Keep going on that.
Thanks, Jane. You just remind me, actually, that at the time when the legislation was going through to set up the South of Scotland enterprise, I did suggest to ministers at that point that they should report to our area committees. Now, I don't know whether that's actually been taken forward or they intend to have that happening, but I think actually to have South of Scotland enterprise going to area committees in the way in which the NHS does, police and fire do, to give a 6-monthly report on what they've achieved in the different parts of our region, I think would be helpful. And at the time when I made the suggestion to ministers, they were quite, they seem to be quite in agreement that there should be local accountability, both here and in the Scottish Borders Council area. So maybe that's something that we could follow up with. So, Councillor Sloan.
Thanks, Chair. Somewhat in the back of what Willie Scobie was already saying about the Dumfries and Galloway stops. From here, it goes to Kirkcudbright, then it stops. Now, that's a fact, because we see nothing done. We continually complain. We cannot even get answers for phone calls in the west of the region. We can't get officers to communicate with us. And this, we're supposed to sit here and think, oh, an economic strategy, that's good, we've got one at least. But we do nothing with it. Absolutely nothing with it. Every now and again, they take it off a shelf, give it a toss down and put it back up again. And that's our economic strategy. I just find it a disgrace. And I'm certainly not going to kid myself on that Wigtonshire is any part of this economic strategy. Thank you.
Thanks. I think that's a comment. Do you want to come back on that, Steve?
Thank you, Leader. Just to assure members that the intention with the regional economic strategy is for it to be inclusive and to reflect the full diversity across the whole of the south of Scotland, and that will that will feed through into the development of the delivery plan, where we will see actions and projects in all parts of our region, including the West, featured. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't see anybody else on the list wanting to come back, so can we proceed to the recommendations, which first of all is to agree the South of Scotland Region Economic Strategy. Are we happy to do that? Good. And to note the Partnership Delivery Plan is in preparation, and I'll try and take a note of the points that were made here today in terms of what members would like to see in that and the contributions I should make to those discussions. Thanks. That's okay. Can we now go on to item 5, which is the Platinum Jubilee Civic Honours Competition, city status. The purpose of this report is to consider a potential entry for the Platinum Jubilee Civic Honours Competition and associated arrangements. Just to point out that there's an error in 3.11.3. It should read political groups and not political group leaders, because there was an offer by Derek to go around the political groups to talk about the possibility of city status. Liz Manson is available on Teams to assist members with any questions, and I'll invite people in to... I see it says item 5. I know this, yeah. Did I say item 4?
Sorry, Leader, that's me trying to be helpful, just to manage the chat. That it's item 5.
Yes, I see the numbers in the notes have gone a bit awry. Okay, can I invite questions, comments on city status? Obviously, I can say that in asking officers to look into this, and it was when Fiona was with us, I asked that they, first of all, that any bid should benefit the entire region. It's not just about the town, it's about the region. Secondly, that the bid shouldn't be onerous on officer time, because officers have got plenty else to do. And thirdly, that it shouldn't be expensive. And I see we've got Liz and we've got Joseph Coombe with us to respond to any questions. So I've got Councillor Dryburgh, followed by Councillor Little, and then Councillor Hislop.
Thanks very much, Leader. When this discussion was going on with Derek, I suggested that we get support from, many organisations across Dumfries and Galloway and out with, if necessary. And in my role as Area Secretary for Glasgow, Ayrshire, Dumfries and Galloway for the Royal British Legion Scotland, I also put it up to our headquarters for the National Board of Trustees to see if they would actually support the bid going forward. I think it's a great idea. I think Dumfries being the first city that comes into Scotland is probably the right thing to do, because it'll be one of the largest towns in the south of Scotland. Both those organisations, the area and the National Board of Trustees, have supported that, and the council will be getting a letter suggesting that will be the case, that they do support Dumfries being a city status.
Thanks, Archie. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Leader. A couple of points. First of all, on point 3.14, it says that the Provost of Dumfries is the chair of Good Neighbours Committee. Just a correction on that, is the Provost of Dumfries is actually the president of Good Neighbours Association. I'd hate to discredit a really good chair that we have for that association. And also, I'd urge all members to get behind and support this entry into the Platinum Jubilee Civic Honours Competition for the town of Dumfries' bid for city status. Now, as it says in report on page 26, and as the leader has alluded to also, on point 3.11.2 under opportunities, it's free to enter. We'll take limited sources to put together with no financial barrier or too much time taken. So it's a no-brainer. Anything that positively impacts our region, we should be surging ahead with. Now, we're always complaining about being the forgotten region, and now's our chance to raise our town and our region's profile, nationally and internationally. Now, this could make our region more attractive to private business and encourage inward migration. International firms seeking new bases in the UK are more likely to favour cities over towns. Engine browses for city breaks, best cities in the UK and Scotland, will also appear on more must-see guides, thus gaining more tourist pounds. We'll finally be on the map that we keep saying that we're not on. Now, a successful bid would have Dumfries, as Councillor Drivers just said, the first city in Scotland, the only city in the south of Scotland. No more signage when we're leaving the Central Belt telling us we're now heading towards only the south and Carlisle, and the same the other way up. We'd be on these signs as a desired destination, big and bold letters for everyone to see. Now, even if the bid was unsuccessful, the process itself in entering this competition is shining a light on our region, and that's a positive too. Now, we can't keep complaining. We have to be ambitious. We have to look to the future for our young people as well. We could have increased investment, higher profile, more tourist pounds, inward migration, city destination. All of these are massive positives for our region and all creators of civic pride and citizen well-being, and we all know we could do a good dose of that now. Leader, members, I hope we can get cross-party support for this item, as together we can build a bid which highlights Dumfries's excellent credentials as a city in waiting and our beautiful Dumfries and Galloway as a whole. Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy. Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Leader. I think, the criteria says it shouldn't take much time, it shouldn't cost too much money. But previously, when we have entered, we've always done it on a budget of, if we can do it for a penny, we'll not spend tuppence. Now, why have we failed in the past? Because we have entered once or twice, I think, before, and we've never got over the line. We're going in with the same sort of questions of, we're the first city in Scotland. So how's that going to change? Should we be looking at previous applications of the successful cities to see how much work they put in to actually, achieve city status? I see by the report it does benefit the cities that it has, been awarded to. And when you hear it, it's about, you can look in a city breaks, city, Google cities in the southwest of Scotland. How's that going to affect Stranraer? Because, if you're coming to Dumfries, are you going to travel 70 miles along, I think they call it the goat track, the 75, to get there? City breaks, people come to cities to look at architecture, to look at museums, etc. in that city. I think they're not coming to actually, travel 70 miles to another part of the region, or 50 miles the other way down to Langham, etc. So how are we going to make sure that the whole region does benefit from it? And I think we should back it, but are we doing it justice by doing it on a shoestring?
Thanks. Can I hand over to Liz or Joseph on that? I think we're constrained by the government and what we can do actually now. They're a lot more strict about what we're allowed to do in terms of lobbying and so on, but I'll let Liz handle that.
You're absolutely correct, Leader, and that is indeed what I was going to share with you, that the government is well aware of the time constraints and resources available to public sector at the moment, and indeed private sector and third sector, in putting together bids. So the application process, as you'll see in Appendix 1, has been very restricted, and it's very clear it's an online only application, and there are a limited number of words and a limited number of pictures. So by doing it that way, the government has tried to make it as fair and a level playing field as possible for all of the applicants. The second point, I think, about what is it that has made a successful bid, you'll see in 3.12.2, when Fiona Lees had conversations with the successful applicants, one of the points that they had made was that widespread, unified and vocal leadership from all sectors was a key factor in their success. So I think that's something clearly that all the people we've been taking soundings from have been aware of that. And the third point about that wider impact, the sort of ripple effect, again in 3.12.2, that is something that the previous winners have highlighted, that it has had an impact across the region. as the Provost was explaining, perhaps it is about that higher profile and the attractiveness of the city region area that has been a factor in that. But I think it is difficult to attribute the city status success to these issues, but we have had that evidence from these other councils. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. Well, sitting here for 5 years is in a fairly non-inclusive council. You know, I've had little ability to affect the decision-making, but it has given me a chance to sort of observe what we're doing. And I didn't criticise the economic strategy in the last article this time, because I did it last time, but my views are clear that it lacks sort of vision and an ability to leverage special advantages. It's about being all things to all people, bereft of imagination. And it seems to me that we're sort of reacting to a perceived problem about Dumfries is struggling, what can we do? Oh, here's something, we can be a city. Or it's the same type of thinking that says, well, Glasgow has a motorway, therefore we need a motorway, or not enough people are coming, we better build a bigger road. And Bradford has a city. I don't think people are going to Bradford because it is a city, but they have one, and it's probably trying to tick those boxes. What do we not have? Let's have some more of that, rather than just thinking about what we've actually got. So trying to speak to that mindset, which must be driven by, I'm trying to empathise with it, it must be driven by a need to conform and a need to be sort of ubiquitous, not in any special, then that type of mentality might think at this time, post-COVID, why are people choosing to locate and relocate in Dumfries and Galloway? I would say it's exactly because we don't have a city. So why don't we just agree to do what we all want, which is to make a great town, put our efforts in that direction instead of rebranding Dumfries as something it isn't. I mean, even if it did succeed, it wouldn't be what we want. People choose to live here for different reasons than urbanisation.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that's a contribution to the debate rather than a question, isn't it? Councillor Sloan.
No, the question was, why don't we build a great town instead of thinking about a hypothetical city?
So, Liz or Joseph, you know, is in terms of, and that is a point of view that's been expressed by a number of people, that we should concentrate on being a town rather than a city. Can you respond to that?
Yes, happy to pick. I mean, certainly that issue has come up in the soundings that we have taken. But as you'll see from Appendix 2 and some of the contributions that have been made, the development and the improvement of Dumfries Town is already ongoing. And there are a number of third sector and public sector organisations working very well together to do that very thing. So this is not in competition with that, is what we've been hearing from the soundings that have been taken, that it is complementary to that programme.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Just a small point. You know, we've had this before, that it's free to enter or reports cost nothing. We've had that quite often, and it is officers' time. And if it does cost nothing, then they can go. We don't need them because we don't have the resources to spend on whims. And
can we maybe have assurances about officer time? And we know there are a number of other organisations. I mean, I think all members have probably had a letter from Mark Darden from the People's Project. Mark is very keen that the People's Project contribute towards it. I think Mowbray wants to contribute towards it and so on as well. So it's not just going to land on the shoulders of the council. The council has to put the bid in, but other partners can contribute. I'll hand over to Liz to maybe give you that assurance about officer time.
Again, yes, so you'll see in 3.14 that should the council today agree to support a bid, we do have a number of offers of assistance. Some are indeed professional offers of assistance that would help with the physical putting together of the bid. And indeed, we've captured in Appendix 2 many of the suggestions that have already been made, points that have already been identified for each of the categories of the application. So some of the preparation is actually complete, by virtue of the contributions that have already been made. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Councillor Sloan.
Thanks, Chair. I'm sure you're not surprised to know that I fully support Dumfries in this bid for cityship. You know, I might draw a line at supporting Queen of the South, but Dumfries itself, happy to do so. And I just hope that, because anything that's good for Dumfries, even if we only get the scraps off the table, I'll be happy with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Sloan. Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Leader. Just a very brief point arising out of what Councillor Hislop said, and I think he makes a very fair point. That in no small part the question here is what we do with city status should it be conferred on Dumfries. And I draw an analogy with dark sky status, which we were awarded in this region some considerable time ago now, years and years ago, I think. And that was practically unique in the entire face of the earth. I think there was one other dark skies park in the whole globe, in fact. And I think with the benefit of hindsight, it would be fairly clear that we didn't perhaps make as much of that opportunity as we might have done. Where was the Dark Skies Observatory located? It wasn't, in fact, in Dumfries and Galloway. And I don't grudge anybody else making the best of an opportunity, because that's what we ought to do. There is no point in being jealous about it. But I think that we need to give some thought post-city status if we are successful, and I believe we have an excellent case. I hope we will be successful, about how we maximise the benefit of it for the whole region. I think about, because Councillor Hislop is I think correct, people would come to Dumfries for a city break. I hope they do. I hope they thoroughly enjoy themselves. They wouldn't necessarily automatically make long drives to other places that time that they're there, but it does at least present us with an opportunity while people are here, and I hope having a thoroughly nice time, to say, when you next come back to Dumfries and Galloway, here's all these other things we have to offer. And we have so many of them that you couldn't even sit down to list them in the duration of one single meeting. It would take the rest of the day to go through them. I'm not sure that there are many regions in Scotland that actually have such a wide variety of things to offer someone coming to see us as Dumfries and Galloway does. I think it's an excellent opportunity for us to use city status to our benefit as an entire region, to showcase all these other things that we have to offer, as well as Dumfries itself. On that basis, amongst all the other arguments that I think have been made very eloquently, not least by the Provost, that I'm very happy to support this. I think it is ambitious, and I think it's right that we're ambitious both for Dumfries and for Dumfries and Galloway. And I hope that we will support it today, and I hope that we'll get it. Thank you very much, Leader.
Thanks. I think again it's a statement of support. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Leader. I mean, I think my support for this could probably be best described as lukewarm. I do have reservations, but at the same time, I do think that this could be an opportunity. I have to say, I actually disagree. I speak to a number of my constituents who move to the region, but choose our region because actually, although we are in part rural and in many cases very rural, we also have easy connectivity to more urban settings, whether that is in Dumfries, in Carlisle, or indeed in Edinburgh or Glasgow. So I think that actually there is a unique appeal there from our region. Good luck to whoever's writing the bid. I think it's very important that our sort of unique selling point is protected. I think that we do have a unique selling point here in Dumfries and Galloway for the wider population. I think that people come here for the Dumfries and Galloway experience. Not many people know about it, but when they do experience it, they are likely to experience it again. So I would encourage people to support it, and I think at the very least we have and I've got to say a number of comments. My favourite had to be, we don't have a decent nightclub, so how can we be a city? I won't pass judgment or share my view on that, of course. But I think that actually what we do have is a number of stakeholders coming together to think about the opportunities that our region has. And I think that at the very least, that is something to be welcomed and something that can be certainly built upon, whether we're successful in this process or not.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor McCammon.
Thanks, Leader. I think my opinion is very much like everyone else's. You know, I'm not dead set against it. However, I'm not kind of in the middle. I have worked in the travel and tourism industry most of my adult life, and I think there's a lot riding on this Dumfries city status if we think it's going to promote the region, the entire region. Now, bearing in mind I'm Ward 2, I'm way over in the west. So I'm not against it, because any sort of promotion for all the region is got to be a benefit of some sort to everyone and a positive. However, I'm a bit sceptical that someone's going to drive, 70, 80 miles from Dumfries to Stranraer rather than going from Dumfries straight on up the motorway to Glasgow, the same distance. However, that's just a matter of opinion. Moving on from there, my question is staffing and resources for this. So I've had a conversation with the Borderlands team for over in the West, they have highlighted that there's going to be one officer, plus other third sectors helping, but one officer from the council is going to be managing the Borderlands project for the 3 towns over there. So I just wondered, given that the Planning and Economical Development Department appear to be struggling at the moment, I wondered what the status is for the resources should this be successful, because we can't stretch staff. We don't want to stress staff any more than what they are. So I just want reassurances that there are the resources there, and staff will be supported.
Thanks, Liz. If we're successful, are we going to be able to staff it?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, again, you'll see from Appendix 1 that the maximum that you're allowed to submit is 10 pages and 50 photographs. So it's a very small document, and indeed, as I'm sure members are aware, it's very easy for us to write 10 pages in committee reports, etc. But as I say, we have had offers from professionals in the area to assist us with that, and it will be about fleshing out, developing Appendix 2, and indeed there may be some adjustments. I'm sure there will be other things that the group identifies and wants to develop. But yes, it will be a very limited resource that will be required and again, a very limited time period, because it has to be submitted in early December. So I think we have absolutely no concerns about the resources required if Council wishes to go ahead with this.
I may have misunderstood Councillor McCammon, but I actually thought her question was, if we are successful, will there be a resource implication for the council if we actually do become a city?
Yeah, that's right, Chair.
Right, sorry. Well, I suppose that would relate to any amending perhaps any advertising and promotional materials, but there are no particular developments. There is the Cities Alliance, which we understand that we would be invited to attend, but it is not a frequent body. I think there is perhaps, an annual meeting with the private sector and Scottish Government about that.
Thanks, Councillor McCammon.
That's fine. Thanks, Liz.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Morning, Chair. Thanks. I was rather sceptical about this city status of Dumfries, but reading into it and listening to other members, we need to promote our region, we need to promote Dumfries, and we always need any more investment. You think about it, people come out from Carlisle, go up the M74, right up through Scotland, and they leave this forgotten land of Dumfries and Galloway. So we need to promote it, to bring in inward investment, tourism into the area, businesses into the area. And what Councillor James was just mentioned a few minutes ago was about Dumfries town. We do need to promote Dumfries. You're absolutely right, but we need some sort of star on the map to bring people in the area. What concerns me as well, if we do get the city status, Is there any way we can further lobby the Scottish Government to dual the A75 and upgrade the A76? Because these roads are desperately needing done. I'm just wondering, if we go down this, if we are successful, can we put more pressure on the Scottish Government for dualing the A75?
Well, it's interesting you make that point, because many years ago, when I was Keith Brown was the Minister for Transport and Housing, and I was his shadow, we had a discussion at one of the committees about the dualling of the A9, and at that time he said that it was the ambition of the Scottish Government to connect all cities by dual carriageway. Now that the Scottish Government also includes the Greens, it may no longer be the same ambition, but I certainly think that the case for improved connectivity could be made if we become a city. Thanks. Councillor James, I see you've been put on. Did you want back in again? Yeah.
Yes, I think I must, because you know, there's no other opposition, and that's quite frequently the case in this council. Any benefit is a good benefit. I would disagree. We've just had well, a lack of debate on economic strategy, which is supposedly a vision, but it has no vision, because if we had a vision, we wouldn't be flapping about like a salmon on the bank here, thinking, oh, let's have a national park, or let's have a city, let's have, you know, because if you've got a vision, then it's about saying no to a lot of things, because you have to focus your resources on that vision. So this is actually an admission of no vision, the fact we're even discussing this. Rob Davison mentioned dark skies. That's a great thing, the dark skies, and that actually is delivering to an extent, but it's a classic, this is a classic case of opportunity cost. When you're focusing over there, prioritising that, prioritising this, you lose focus, you can't put the limited resources in the direction that actually pays. Dark skies for us would be a USP. That's, I won't say it's totally unique, but it's a special advantage that we've got. All areas have cities. If people want urbanisation and mass industry, they can move to Manchester. It's already been built.
Thanks, Councillor James. But I think that's only one type of city. We could be a different type of a city. And I think that's actually part of the points that have been made by others on the consultation, is what sort of a city would we be? And we're not going to be a Birmingham or a Manchester. We would be a small city, and it would be a city of a different type.
I forgot to ask my question. My question is, you can disagree with me, but do you understand the thread through that I've tried to bring to the council in the last years, is that you actually have to focus and not thrash around and try to be all things to all people? Do you at least understand the concept of opportunity cost? If you do A, B and C, you don't have the resources to do F, G and H. Do you at least understand what I'm trying to communicate here? You can reject it, but I don't think it's fair to deny that. Say, no, we can definitely be all things to all people with our £300 million budget.
Well, I disagree that we're trying to do that. I totally disagree with you on that. That's what we're trying to do. I think actually in terms of this bid and another which is going forward at the moment, are opportunities to promote Dumfries and Galloway, to bring more people in here, to bring more visitors here, to bring more investment here, to bring more jobs here. And these are all things that we want to do for Dumfries and Galloway. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you very much indeed, Leader. I think what my question would be is that if we put Dumfries forward to be a city, do we debar ourselves from other clubs? You know, there is a Market Towns club. There are, you know, means and exclusions for other places that we can bid into. I'm assuming that we won't. My feeling is that why would we not, Leader, take the chance to belong to a club for which we are currently excluded? I'm sorry, I can hear a bit of feedback. I'm not absolutely sure certain why. I think the other thing that we've learned is that the opportunity cost is minimal. And I think we should actually be proud of Dumfries, because it's a very handsome town at the moment, which I would like to be a rural city. And I think that it has a very strong sense of its own civic place. And I think it ticks lots of the boxes that are in here. So I have actually no hesitation at all in saying that I think we should take this forward. As I say, we will then be part of a club to which we cannot now take part.
Thanks, Jane. Councillor Sloan, do you want to back in?
Yeah, I'll be very brief, Chair. There are peers. I'm disappointed to hear there seems to be some diversity in the room about, whether it's full support for Dumfries for city status. I just want to say that I have trolled the ranks of the Socialist Party in Dumfries and Galloway, and we are unanimous in our support for the Dumfries project.
Thank you, Tommy. Thank you. I'm not seeing anybody else wanting to speak. Oh, Councillor Marshall. Sorry, did have a question actually, which I should be putting to you, but
just listen.
About whether or not we're debarring ourselves for other opportunities. And I'll bring Councillor Marshall in after that, but you put that into the chat that she was actually wanting to ask us, are we actually disadvantaging ourselves from other opportunities if we do go for it?
Our understanding is that for groupings such as Scotland's Towns Partnership, they are open to us. Clearly, we have a number of towns that make our membership of these other networks still important. So it's unlikely to debar us from anything specific that we're already active in.
Thanks. Thanks. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, just listening to the debate, I did read the report, and it is quite clear that it's very limited work that's required, due to the application. So I think anything we can do to enhance our region, we should actually support. And when you look at it, I think I've been a councillor for a number of years, and I think we used to say a few years back that Dumfries and Galloway was the best kept secret in Scotland. And I've seen over the last few years through a range of things that were done, and it gets to David's point, there's a common thread, but this can be one of the parts of that, because there's lots of different initiatives. I mean, with the staycations, there's a number of the top 10 destinations in Scotland I've seen that are now Dumfries and Galloway over the last year. And I can only say, from my experience, things like, Castle Douglas is the food town. I had a number of visitors over the summer, and the reason they went to go to Castle Douglas was because it was the food town, and they then took the opportunity to see a lot of other things near Castle Douglas. So I think this can only enhance what we're trying to do. The dark skies, the different towns we've got that are specialist towns, etc. And now, Dumfries being a city can only enhance. We're now starting to get that message across to people throughout the UK and afar, and anything we can do to enhance that and improve that, I would like to support.
Thanks, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. When I first read this, like a lot of people, I was slightly sceptical about it. I have been reassured by the extent that it's not going to take up too much time to put the application form in. Reading through it, it looks a relatively straightforward process, and hopefully we'll get some nice pictures of the Devergiller Bridge and the call in it while we've got the opportunity. And to take what Councillor James was saying, my experience is sometimes when opportunities arise, you can't be too dogmatic about your strategy. You do have to occasionally strike while you can, and I think this is definitely one of these opportunities, and so I'm fully support it.
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. If there's nobody else, can I just briefly turn to 3.14, which is the group that will be set up to have a look at to take forward the application. I had suggested that we had representatives from the wards as well. I hadn't really thought about having somebody from each of the 4 wards. We've already got, I'm there as the leader of the council, and I should be representing the needs of the entire region rather than my own ward. Similarly, Rob is there as deputy leader, and he will also be representing the region's interest rather than the ward interest. Tracy's there as provost. I thought another 2 councillors would be enough, and in particular I thought, given that these are all administration councillors, that those 2 places should be offered to members of the opposition, so that we have a cross-party group to take it forward. I just wonder, I mean, if people think that there should be 4 councillors there, fair enough, but it just seems a wee bit councillor heavy to have 7 councillors on it. Right, okay. Well, I'm not necessarily going to nominate here, I mean, but, yeah, because... yeah. Yes, maybe a point, actually. But you're actually, it says for the 4 awards that cover Dumfries, so sadly Tommy would be excluded on that basis. But I think we do need to make sure that we're taking forward the interests of the region, not just the interests of the town. So I just wondered again what people's views were on that, whether we should have 2 rather than 4 additional councillors on it. And the other suggestion I wanted to make was that actually we might invite the Chief Executive of the Crichton Trust, Gwilyn Gibbons. He has actually a bacterial side, so I felt he may not have time to do it, but he might be somebody that we could think of getting involved. I see Councillor Dryburgh wants to speak. Councillor Dryburgh.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. So it's on that particular point about the group, and as we are taking interest in this particular thing for the whole region, not just the town of Dumfries, perhaps it would be, because yourself and Rob are actually on the meeting, perhaps it would be maybe one from each of the area committees, rather as the wards, because Dumfries is already represented on it. You know, maybe get 1 councillor for each area committee. That then covers the extent of Dumfries and Galloway when the city status bid goes forward.
That's certainly an alternative. I just invite people's views on whether we should be looking for representatives from Wigtonshire, Stewartry and Arndale, Nestdale. But it certainly would give us the opportunity to cover the area. But what do people feel about that suggestion?
That fits nicely with the area chair for Wigton being Tommy.
Liz, what do you...
Very much in your hands, members, about how you would like to do that. I mean, the suggestion that was here was simply to get that coverage and to get a representative group, but equally happy about area representatives or opposition. It's very much in members' hands about, we would invite expressions of interest, and then perhaps in putting the group together about trying to get that right balance across a number of interests.
Because I agree that it is important that the interests of the wider region are represented. I mean, I know, so yeah, I see Jane saying she's fine with the chairs of areas committee. Okay, everybody else, everybody in agreement with Archie's suggestion that we should have somebody from each of the area committees on rather than more ward councillors. I mean, it so happens to be that Rob, Tracy and I are all represent wards that are in Dumfries town, but so maybe it would have more balance if we take people from Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, I've no problem with that, but it can't be for Dumfries anyway, for Nisdale area committee chairs, unless that's another, because it's somebody else and you're saying that you're representing Dumfries, which is fine. But for others, that's up to them. If they want the area chairs, that's fine.
Well, yeah, it could be the area chair. I mean, to be fair, on Nithsdale Area Committee, the chair of the Nithsdale Area Committee represents Upper Nithsdale, which again, you know, is out with Dumfries, and maybe that their interests should be represented as well.
No, that's fine if you're going that way. But you did mention 3 others, but so that'd make it from the chair from everyone.
Yes, yeah. So, yeah, that was Archie's suggestion. It was from 3, but maybe it should be from the 4 area committees, because after all, the Nithsdale is a lot wider than Dumfries itself. Since rather than having 4 ward council or representatives of the ward councils, we have 4 representatives from the area committees, which could be the chairs of the committee, or it could be a substitute if the chair doesn't want to take that on. I see Councillor Surtees wants to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with the area committees being represented, because I think that just makes perfect sense to ensure that the needs across the region are met. My question is, would MSPs be invited to join, because that could be a positive way forward as well?
People in the room are saying no, but Liz, I'm not sure about broadening out. I mean, we did invite comment from MSPs. 3 MSPs replied formally, and they were all against it. And another MSP informally told me that he wasn't particularly keen. So I'm not sure about inviting MSPs to be on it as well, as there didn't seem to be an awful lot of enthusiasm.
Yes, and it was very much about trying to get the balance between the community sector, public sector and private sector, and to keep, I suppose, a manageable size group, that we were conscious that we have 2 MPs, 2 MSPs, plus list MSPs, plus the MSYPs for the Youth Parliament. So I think that was why that grouping were not necessarily involved in the proposed city status group. But we have said, as again you'll see in part of that, we would be expecting the city status group to be taking some wider engagement and further soundings, and we would certainly see that our parliamentary representatives were part of that further engagement.
Yeah, I think it might become slightly unwieldy if we have a whole load of, I mean, we have a lot of MSPs. It's not just the constituency MSPs, it's the list MSPs as well. So we could become a rather unwieldy sort of a group if everybody's asked to take. I see Councillor Nicholson wants back in.
I agree with you. Get out of hand with all, too many people on it. But I do think your idea of the chair of the County Trust is a good idea, and if you could approach, I think it'd bring quite a lot to the group as well.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Surtees, did we answer you? Are you content with our answer on that?
Yeah, okay. I understand the complications of it, but I don't believe that all MSPs are against it or unhappy with it. So I think that statement is perhaps inaccurate, but I do take the point that we don't want an unwieldy group.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say all of them were, just the MP and the MSPs who replied to my letter were not in favour, and another MSP who contacted me informally was not against it, but not hugely enthusiastic about it either. Okay, so are we content to go to the recommendations? So we're being invited, first of all, to note the arrangements for the Civic Honours competition, which I think we've done, and the issues raised in the initial soundings. We've considered supporting the entry to the competition, and are we prepared to agree to that? Councillor James, I think you're disagreeing. Yeah.
Yes, I will dissent. I guess everyone's for it.
Okay, is that happy with that? Great, thank you. If we go on to
your mic's not on, Leader.
I'm just checking that we're all right with ventilation, but we've not done 2 hours yet, so we're still okay to be in here. Item 6 is the National Care Service consultation and the report by the Chief Social Work Officer. This report is to present to elected members on the major Scottish Government consultation issued on the 10th of August 2021, a National Care Service for Scotland, and to set out initial proposals for the Council's approach in responding. A member seminar on this was held on the 10th of September, which was very well attended, and the points made there are summarised in Appendix 2. So I'm asking people not to repeat these points, but if you disagree with the points, with any of them, you should, or if indeed you wish to add to them, this is your opportunity to do that. The final consultation response will be discussed by the Social Work Committee on the 6th of October, and Stephen Morgan is available on Teams to assist members with any questions. And I see we have Councillor Wilson and Councillor Johnson wishing to speak. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Leader. And I think sort of Appendix 2 summarises, and I see a number of the points that I made certainly captured in Appendix 2. I think that was a really useful session to really go through the consultation in depth. And for what is a very large consultation, it also could be a very technical sort of change across the board, which I think is useful. As I don't sit on Social Work Services Committee, I'm keen to be able to contribute to this debate. I think it's fair to say that there is broad support for a national care service, and certainly, you know, it's been a campaign I've been involved in for a number of years, particularly focusing on, you know, dramatically improving our care of adults, particularly making sure that it's human rights and with dignity all the way through, but also making sure that the sector is an attractive sector for people to work, and also to make sure that their employment rights and terms and conditions are drastically improved. I think the consultation that we have here and we're being asked to respond to, and Social Work Services Committee will respond to, is very much encaptured a lot more services than what was envisaged by many people, and also what was considered as part of the Feeling Review. And I think as a council, we need to be really careful on how our response is worded. I just don't think it would be appropriate, or even that our council is able to support anything at a national care service that encapsulates anything above and beyond, particularly social care, given that actually there is no real explanation as to what this would achieve, or indeed why it would happen. There are a number of elements in here, just looking at alcohol and drug services. We know over the last couple of years that funding for alcohol and drug services has drastically increased. Again, with mental health services, a number of initiatives have taken place, a number of funding streams have been released, and we only had a member seminar on that in the last couple of weeks. Again, in justice social work, there was reform only 5 years ago in legislation that accompanied that, and new entities set up to support that stream of work. So I think that we really need to be quite clear in our consultation response that, you know, we do support a national care service, but actually would need much more detail on objective, on how it would work, and why there is a need for that change to be able to support anything wider than what was envisaged in terms of a national care service on care for our elderly residents.
Thanks, Stephen.
No, thank you, Leader. We'll certainly take note of that and add that to the response that we put to committee next week. Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. Adam's expressed quite a few of the things, and I don't want to just run back through everything in Appendix 2, like you said, because I think the response is quite good. When I've got concerns, whenever I hear national with an awful lot of things, I think we can all rattle off a few national initiatives from Holyrood that they aren't going quite so well as they should, and that concerns me. The mission creep concerns me. It was meant to be a national care service. They also mention about hoping to achieve consistency. Well, consistency can work both ways. It can be consistently bad outcomes as well. I'm very concerned about this going forward. For this, it affects so many vulnerable people, and it's got to be done right. I think, again, Adam's quite right. I think we need to get a good report back with plenty of detail. Again, this is only my only opportunity to discuss this at all, given that I'm not on the appropriate committee. But as some people say, that, you know, the devil is in the detail with a lot of these things, and I would really like to get clarity on it, because it could well be a very positive thing. I've no doubt about that. But I do consider I've got concerns which members expressed and also caused them. So thanks.
Thanks, Malcolm. I mean, it's maybe not for me to say, it's really more for the Chair of Social Work to say, but I think other members can attend the meeting, and you wouldn't be able to vote at the Social Work meeting, but if other members wanted to attend the meeting, they could do so and contribute at that meeting, so long as the Chair is amenable to that. Councillor Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's 2 or 3 parts to this, and in the report we see under item 4, COSLA response and what they regard as an attack on localism, and I think we've got to be careful that there's no about centralisation of the service, but the way to deal with that is to give it back to council, or give it to councils, that is the democratically elected representatives, and that would cover the points that were well made at the seminar in terms of accountability, and I think it was well made by a colleague of yours, Paul Sweeney, at the Petitions Committee, when he did say that a number of IGBs are unelected, unaccountable, notwithstanding that we've got members from the council on that as councillors. The other part to this one is on page 55, and it talks about inclusivity and whole-scale improvement, and it talks to build a community health and social care system. Now, I did speak at the seminar on a number of issues, and it was around health and social care in going forward with a response, because it's undoubtedly the case that rural services are, there is an inequity and inequality, and at least the response does cover that in one of the bullet points that talks about inequalities and inequities. So I would hope, and I did put in a written submission to Heather Collington, that we do look at the whole issue of health and social care in how it is delivered and how we deliver in a rural area. I talked about wraparound services. I'm not going to repeat everything I said because it's recorded and in writing. So at Social Work, I would very much hope that we're not just talking about social care, we're also talking about health and social care, and hence why I referred you to the petition, or the officers to the petition that is currently live, calling for a rural commissioner to make sure that we do receive the services. So what I'm asking is that all these parts are covered in the response when it does go to Social Work, and as you say, members can go along and request of the chair to speak.
The issue around rural, I thought we'd actually, and I can't see it, we'd actually caught the issue about the democratic accountability in this somewhere, but I can't actually see it. I did actually rewrite some of these, so is there something more that needs to be in there than is in the Appendix 2 at the moment? And also the issue about the rural stuff. We've got, I had put such as the inadequacy provision of residential nursing care and care at home services in rural areas, which was intended to cover the point that you'd made at the seminar about basically the lack of residential nursing care in rural areas.
Yeah, Chair, and the Socialist Group's got a meeting scheduled for the Chief Operating Officer to make the point, but I would like to see it more emphasised in it. And the point that was well made by a number of councillors was the accountability. And as you say, I don't see it in the Appendix 2. It does pick up, as I'm saying, about the inequalities and inequities, but we need to spell those out in a response that we make, so that we're quite clear in what we're saying. And we've got to, I make reference to COSLA, and I think we've got to be careful. It's not about centralisation, and the body that is democratically elected is the council. So perhaps the services should come entirely to the council as an option to put to the Scottish Government.
Yes, Stephen, I think we do seem to have lost the accountability point at some stage in the compilation of Appendix 2, so maybe we could reintroduce that again.
Yes, Leader, I've taken notes to that effect, and we've already got another draft. As you can imagine, this has been a fast-moving piece of work, and we will certainly include those points for committee next week and take further points at that point as well.
In the chat, Jane Maitland's pointed out that actually the third point down is that sets out accountability for social care support should move from local government to Scottish ministers. And that we have concerns about the loss of local accountability and the role of local authorities in the proposed model. Is that insufficiently strong? I'm glad that Jane noticed that, because I was sure it was in there somewhere, but couldn't see it. Yeah, it's just the third one down, the little third little arrow point down. Sorry, the fourth arrow point down. Yeah, we are concerned that National Care Service would not be able to go. No, that there's. No, she's right. It's the one above that. Consultation document sets out accountability for social care support should move from local government to Scottish ministers, and a minister appointed with specific responsibility for social care, and sets out the creation of similar board of governance for NHS Scotland and the creation of a national integration board. And it now says we have concerns about the loss of local accountability and the role of local authorities in the proposed model. Does that need to be stronger? Yeah, so we need to strengthen that. Okay, we've got Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Leader. Appreciate the work that's gone into creating Appendix 2. I had a single point to raise on it. Both our parties support the creation of a national care service. The question is what nature of service that is, its scope, scale and remit. My concern is that the scope that is set out within the consultation document is incredibly broad, and I'm not sure that there's a point reflected in the appendix about the risk to the capacity of the existing systems that we have, whether it's within our council or wider partners, to deliver that scale of change, if that were the eventual scope of a national care service. We will hear more about pressures on our own services later on today, and I am certainly clear that at the moment those are very significant indeed, and I'm not sure that they are necessarily going to reduce to any great extent anytime soon. So I think that there has to be a concern about the systems-wide capacity to deliver such a massive scale of change as is set out in the consultation, as the consultation currently stands. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Councillor Fairbairn.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, I don't really want to regurgitate what everybody's been saying, and I hope you can hear me clearly, because we've been having some pretty severe technical problems this morning, so I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Great, fantastic. Yeah, I think I was at the last meeting with Heather Collington in relation to this, and I completely agree with the elected members are saying just now. I think we need a lot more detail, and we're kind of at risk, as everybody's saying, of centralisation or nationalisation. I mean, we just need to look at Police Scotland, for example, Education Scotland. We lost lots of localism there and a disconnect for the region. I think that's a risk factor with this.
Right, thanks, Councillor Fairbairn. I prefer the term centralisation to nationalisation, but there is definitely a point, I think it's reflected in the remarks that Councillor Johnson made, is that Police Scotland and so on haven't operated quite as well as maybe they were intended to, and centralisation doesn't necessarily produce the best results. Stephen, do you want to comment on any of these points that have been made?
Just to say that I've captured all of the points, and we'll ensure that they're in the report that goes to Social Work Services Committee next week.
Thanks, Stephen. I'm not seeing anybody else asking to speak at the moment, so if we go to the... sorry, Councillor James.
Could I just say on centralisation, I think the goal is not efficiency or performance. It's literally nationalisation. It's a Scottish national project to create an entity, Scotland, by any means possible. So I think that's the driving force behind a lot of these consolidation efforts.
Yeah, but nationalisation can have a different meaning. At least to those of us on the left, it often has a different meaning to centralisation. So. Can we proceed to the recommendations? We note the content of the consultation and the timescale for a response, and that we endorse and agree to Social Work Services Committee on the 6th of October finalising the report. And I hope this is okay with the chair of the Social Work Committee, that other members could attend and take part in that discussion. Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. And as always at Social Work Services Committee, I think we'll let the members of the committee determine what the final look of this consultation looks like. And happy that other members can attend. But obviously, it's up to the committee itself to make the recommendations.
Yes, I mean the voting rights, if you like, rest with the Social Work Committee. But if others want to come and make their contributions, I'm sure we would all be interested in hearing what others have got to say when it comes to that final report.
Yeah, it'd be nice if they could let me know if they wish to speak before the committee, and then I'll be able to invite them in.
Yeah. So could anybody wanting to attend Social Work Services let Stephen know in advance that they're intending to come, so that he can manage the meeting? Thanks. Okay. I don't think we're at ventilation time yet, so if we can proceed next to the ad hoc review of the Rates Subcommittee, which this report asks members to consider an amendment to the scheme of administration and delegation to committees following the decision of Communities Committee on the 29th of June 2021 that there was no longer a requirement for the ad hoc review of the Rates Subcommittee. This is a procedural report which asks members to consider an amendment to 3.2 of the scheme, which would provide for administrative amendment to the scheme following the establishment or standing down of an ad hoc subcommittee by strategic committees. I'm not actually sure if I understand what that means, but maybe somebody can, can elucidate. As these matters would usually be considered by the review of Standing Orders Subcommittee prior to full council in accordance with the Standing Orders, we have to, first of all, withdraw delegation from the Review of Standing Orders Subcommittee. And Claire Rogerson is here too. She's in the room, in fact, to assist members with any inquiries on the recommendation. Anybody wanting to contribute? Well, I think we're probably all content to go with that recommendation. Okay, so we agreed that the alteration to the scheme of administration and delegation to committees, and that the amendment as in 3.2. Thank you. Okay. Our next item, at item 8, is the Older Persons Champions Annual Report. This report provides an overview of the activities undertaken by the Council's Older Persons Champion during 2020-21. And I'm inviting Councillor Andy Ferguson to present his report. Andy.
Good morning, Leader, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I actually feel really privileged to be the Older People's Champion for the region, and I'm extremely aware of how difficult a period it's been for older members, in particular over the last 18 months or so. The report covers an incredibly challenging period for our communities in general, but in particular our older people. It highlights the importance of supporting older people throughout this time, how I am and how I will continue to champion the rights of older people, and what the next steps are for ensuring our older people are listened to. I present this report for my fellow members' consideration, and I would be happy to answer any questions. And I think I've got Lee Seaton online to support me if need be. Thank you. Happy for questions.
Thank you, Andy. Any questions for our Older Persons Champion? Looks like everybody's content with the job you're doing, Andy. Thanks for that. Thank you.
I'll not drag up the no Christmas parties yet, Leader, but that'll come. Don't worry.
We didn't have any Christmas parties last year. I'll look out for you this year.
You promised me I'd be getting invited to Christmas parties and when I took the job on, but never mind. That's another story.
Thank you. So we're happy to have considered Andy's report. Councillor Nicholson.
It's just to compliment Andy on making use of all the services I see in every photograph, so it's glad to see him making use of them.
Well, congratulations, Andy, for that. Move on to our second Champions report. This is our Armed Forces Champions report. It provides an overview of the activities undertaken by Councillor Dryburgh and the involvement in various veterans working groups for the period 1st of April 2020 to 31st of March 2021. And I invite Councillor Dryburgh to present his report.
Leader, thank you for giving me this opportunity to provide members with my annual report as Armed Forces Champion. The last year and a bit has been somewhat different to previous reports in that most events were covered virtually, and this has been supported by officers and members of the Council, which I thank from the bottom of my heart. If I can highlight some issues in the report, firstly, we've seen a shortage of drivers over the last number of months in South West Scotland. Armagh have, under the chairmanship of Captain David Coulter and my vice chairmanship, reached above our target of 60 drivers in either HGV 1 or 2, which means that the £130,000 LIBOR funding given by the UK government 3 years ago will realise tax returns of some 2.4 million over the next 10 years, with those drivers and many more hopefully to come. The Veterans Garden is seen as an exemplar for the rest of Scotland to reach, and with the help of the veterans running that project, we have now helped over 150 veterans and their families, and we mean to do more for the community once we get the greenhouse sorted out, with aspirations to involve Police Scotland, fire and rescue staff, NHS staff and ambulance crews in the not too distant future. I could not do all that I can without the help and support of directors, staff and members, and I will apologise now to those because I will be asking for more support in the future. I know that I will be supported as I have not had any issues from them in the past. Special thanks, of course, go to Derek Crichton, Hazel Kerr, Lynn Burgess, Lorna Campbell and our homeless support and the Fiat teams. It's now over 10 years since I became the Armed Forces Champion for the Council, and I believe I'm one of the longest serving Armed Forces Champions in Scotland, and we have come an extraordinarily long way in that time. Looking for new ways to refresh our support and congratulate both our serving and veterans committee will continue. And if I'm fortunate enough to be elected to the position again next year, I will continue to strive for the best practices in all areas of support for them. I know I have this full Council support in doing so. In this centenary year of the Royal British Legion Scotland, or Legion Scotland, and their sister charity Poppy Scotland, I will continue to look for ways to help them help us do our job. I am the Area Secretary for Royal British Legion Scotland for Glasgow, Ayrshire, Dumfries and Galloway, so our reach and my commitment to the Armed Forces Covenant goes further afield than Dumfries and Galloway. The work we do as a council is in a lot of cases of local authorities something they wish to achieve. I continue to ask for other Armed Forces Champions to go that extra mile in their own local authorities and will continue to do so. Whilst I have declared an interest in the exempt item 17 of this agenda, I would urge members to support the ask in it. Hundreds of thousands of serving and ex-service members and their families have been supported by the various branches up and down the country. Our own 8 Royal British Legion branches in Dumfries and Galloway worked hard to do what they can for their local communities. Most have supported their local communities through the pandemic by driving for day centres, delivering food and medical supplies, befriending and giving a helping hand to many other charities in the region, and I could not be more prouder of them. In the next few years, we'll see the 100th anniversaries of the unveiling of war memorials across the UK, and I'm working with communities to put on and support centenary events for this. Already 2 have taken place that I've attended in Langham and Dalbeattie, and I know that there have been others in the region. I am sure local members will support these as and when they happen. Leader, I commit this report to the Council with a view to continuing the work that I've been privileged to overview. Thank you.
And thanks, Archie, for your report. Any questions for Archie? Again, it looks as if members are very satisfied with your report, and I was particularly interested to note the training of HGV drivers. It is a very pertinent issue at the moment. There's a lot of concern over the lack of HGV drivers and the fact that ex-service personnel have managed to be retrained to take these opportunities. I think it's very welcome. I can see actually Councillor Dougie Campbell wishes to speak. Dougie.
Thank you, Leader. I just want to take the opportunity to thank Archie for all the work that he does in his role as the Armed Forces Champion. But just a question for him, and I know this through my own former membership of the branch in Gatehouse of Fleet, that branches in the British Legion are increasingly losing members for obvious reasons. I'm just wondering, Archie, how you see how can we reinvigorate local branches in the years to come? Because I know, from the example of the Gatehouse branch, we annually raise significant amounts of money for local and organisations further afield to support veterans. But it is a concern of mine, and I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on how the outlook looks in that regard. Thanks, Archie.
Thanks, Archie.
I mean, 100 years ago, we started off with 550 branches across Scotland. We're now down to 142 branches with 60 clubs, I have to add. Recruitment and retention is one of the issues. Thankfully, that you pick up skills as you go through the life as a councillor. One of the skills you pick up in life is how to write reports for, area committees and National Board of Trustees. We've been working on a programme of retention and recruitment over the last sort of 3 or 4 months, which I'll be taking to the National Board of Trustees to suggest that whenever a Royal British Legion branch, for instance, supports a member of the ex-forces community or their families, then they should be getting membership of the Royal British Legion. Now, initially, that should cost them nothing. It normally costs about £15 a year. You don't have to be in the forces to be a member of the Royal British Legion Scotland. You just support the objectives of the charity. So when we do support many organisations, other charities and things like that, our remit will be to try and improve the amount of numbers and members of each of the branches within Dumfries and Galloway. I am aware that because of COVID, there has been a lot of problems, not so much with the branches, but with the clubs and people's understanding of what the branches are. The branches of the charity, the club are the not-for-profit organisations that support the charity. And with Gatehouse, of course, now coming under Castle Douglas, we've seen a lot of work over the last year and a half to try and ensure the members of the Gatehouse branch are kept up to date with these things.
Thanks. Dougie?
Yeah, thanks, Leader. Thanks, Archie.
Okay, if there's no other questions, to thank Archie for his report, and we're content to note it. And the time is now 12:16, so I think we have been here for... I was proposing that we had a break for half an hour and then took item 10. Okay, is that agreeable to other members that we take item 10 now? Okay. Okay, let's take item 10. Now, before moving to the detail of the motion, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from the Communities Committee? Content to do that? Okay. And so now we are being asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Scobie and seconded by Councillor Sloan. And the notice of motion is attached as an appendix. I must say, I think it's very helpful to have this debate at the moment. We've very recently, at the beginning of this month, our new Gull Control Officer joined the Council, and she will be, I know she has already been in consultation with various stakeholders, community groups and so on, and this debate will give her an opportunity to hear the views of elected members on the issue. As she is a new officer at the Council, I certainly wouldn't expect her to be answering questions at the moment. And Sandra Harkness will be with us to answer questions that members may, or points that members may wish to make. But it is an apposite time for this discussion, I think. Can I hand over now to Councillor Scobie and Sloan to propose and second their motion, and I'll invite contributions from other members. Councillor Scobie.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for taking it at this time. And it is an opportune moment for us to consider the motion and what we do to tackle what we put in the motion as a problem to epidemic proportions. And I think that's right across from Annan or Gretna in the east to Stranraer in the west. And it even goes and recognises Jimmy Dempster's area of Sanquhar, so I don't know if that's east, west or north, south. But however, it does recognise that there's a problem in Sanquhar as well, that maybe Jimmy wants to speak on. The report itself, the project, there was a project in 2009, but this concentrated or was specific to Dumfries And the problem was as bad in 2009 in Stranraer and other areas, I'm sure, as it was in Dumfries, but we seem to want to concentrate all the resources into Dumfries. And I well remember Councillor Sloan coming back onto the council and raising this very issue, that we had to disaggregate that budget to try and tackle the problem. I don't believe that there's been very much done since, and we have here in 3.2 of the report that talks about the different species of gulls and how they are protected. The motion covers this in that we are asking that we make representation to the Scottish Government to look at the legislation and how we can extend that legislation to deal with the issues. And you see the figures there, where in Stranraer 449 protected gulls, making 75% of the problem. So to tackle the problem, we need the change in the legislation. You do refer to the officer that's just been newly appointed. I think there'll be contribution. I hope there'll be contribution, but Councillor Pauline Drysdale had correspondence to say that they were supposed to start away in March. So we're pretty late with that, and we're way behind in tackling this problem. But it's simple things like, and I go back to the previous Director of Economic Development, when he was asked to net council properties to stop the gulls nesting in below the solar panels, and we were assured that was going to be done in Stranraer. It has never been done to this day. So you can see the time lapse in that. Recently I asked for a spike to be put on a lamp pole in the areas, the civic realm areas in the Castle Square, and still we are waiting. The council's public reputation is seriously damaged by not responding to simple requests like that would tackle the particular problem. So when we talk, I don't believe that one officer is going to be near enough to deal with this particular problem. It may go in to consult, but it's no dealing with the problem. So we do need action plans for the 4 areas, as 3.2 indicates, in terms of the scale or the problem that we've got. So the motion is asking that we bring together 4 action plans, and this dates back to when 4 members in Ward 1 had a ward event with the community, and from that nothing has appeared. So it's no putting any blame on the new officer, which we can't, but it's to recognise the scale of the problem and what is needed. And it needs 4 action plans, not just to be talking to communities, but drawing together an action plan that is going to deal with this particular problem. And I provided all members with emails, communication that I received from, I believe it was Lower Burn Community Council. So it's a big issue. And I just wanted you members to be cited on that. So there are problems from, as I say, Gretna in the east to Stranraer in the west, and no doubt filling in between, that we need this problem tackled, and we need it tackled now with action plans for the 4 areas, and we need that representation made to the Scottish Government to amend, to alter, to add to the legislation so that we can tackle this problem in an effective way, and we stop the harassment of these gulls. And they do, as it says in the report, they can dive bomb and attack people. And, you know, they are some size when you see these gulls, and they are very, very frightening, particularly to the elderly. And we could go into that in great detail, but it does affect the mental health of our elderly in terms of not getting a full night's sleep for the noise of the gulls. It's horrendous. So, Chair, the motion's there. I hope that it's unanimously agreed. We have Colin Smythe raising it in as an MSP, Labour MSP, raising it with the Scottish Government. I hope we put our weight behind the attempts by Colin on this, and that we do make representation to the Scottish Government to get amendments to the legislation. I so move, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sloan, do you want to second the motion?
Yeah, well, Councillor Scobie has very eloquently put the case. He's given you all the facts and figures. Just in fully supporting everything he says, I'd like to formally second.
Thanks, Tommy. I've got a number of members wanting to speak. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Chair. I certainly welcome the motion. I remember maybe 5, 10, 15, 10 years ago when Provost Jack Groom and I were always on about the gulls in the local press. But you're obviously looking to lobby the Scottish Government that are protected species and that. But it's not just the Scottish Government we've got to lobby. We've got the Garden Party, sorry, I mean the Green Party. And the Green Party are very much against culling of animals and obviously they don't like people like farmers and conservative people like myself. But that's the main problem. We're up against a sort of do-gooder society, but we've got a major crisis across the region. The gulls are out of control. I'm a farmer. I shot thousands of rabbits years ago when they're out of control on the farm. You must cull them. They need an absolute cull, and you need to cull them humanely and reduce the numbers. You talked about pin-pricking the nests. That works, but they're out of control, and it's not just out of control in the urban areas. They're expanding out into the countryside, and they do spread salmonella to dairy cows and animals and sheep. They are a problem. They have to be controlled and culled. I know there'll be a backlash with a number of people, the do-gooders. We can't kill these animals. We really need to get a licence and get them under control and get them wiped out.
I don't think Nature Scot would issue us with a licence to cull. I just,
Public safety.
Yeah, but not a licence to cull. I mean, I'll hand over to Sandra, but there's all sorts of hoops that you have to jump through to get a licence to do anything.
It's all right.
Sandra.
Thanks, Leader. Yeah, I can just reiterate that statement. The culling or killing of gulls is permitted under licence, but only as an absolute last resort. And Nature Scot would require us to go to all other measures before they would even entertain any killing. But there are other measures that we could try, and these are all going to be looked at by the new officer, and we will put those together in an options appraisal. But killing would be a last resort that would be acceptable by Nature Scot.
Thanks. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you very much, Leader. I just want to add my voice to the sort of passionate appeals about this. From a personal point of view, my elderly father was attacked by gulls and actually never totally recovered. And I'm absolutely with members of the public who are distressed by this. There are areas in Kirkcudbright, Councillor Drysdale has been leading on this, and there are certainly areas in Kirkcudbright where people's lives are actually disrupted and made utterly miserable by attacks and the noise of these creatures who simply shouldn't be where they are. And I would like to know, Leader, whether or not this will be dealt with. I mean, there's an options appraisal coming forward, which I welcome, but I would like to know that this can be tackled, before the next breeding season, so that we are absolutely up and ready and able to do the maximum that we can to mitigate against this public health nuisance, because that's what it is. It is both dangerous to health and dangerous to mental health. They're bad. And you will see in 3.9 that Kirkcudbright residents have got together, banded together through Councillor Drysdale's good offices, and they have written to the Chief Executive. So I want to add my full support to the motion that has been brought forward, and I thank my fellow members for doing so.
Thank you. Sandra, do you want to take up? Note 3.4 says it describes that our report will be going to the Communities Committee in December. Do you have any sort of, can you give us any reassurance on what sort of timescale in terms of implementing activity against gull nuisance?
The intention is to put it to Communities Committee in December with some options appraisals. It doesn't give much time to put the options appraisals together, but the reason for attempting to put it forward in December is so that we will have time to accept the options that members are preferring with the costs associated with those, so that we then have time to implement some of those options before the breeding season starts. It will be difficult to address all of the gull issues across the whole of Dumfries and Galloway for the first breeding season, but we will certainly do as much as we can and prioritise those areas of greatest need where there's greatest distress first.
Councillor Scobie made the point in his speech that we maybe need gull management plans rather than one for the whole of Dumfries and Galloway, but gull management plans for the 4 area committee areas. Would that be possible? Is that what we're looking at?
The intention is to have it in the 4 areas to focus on the gull population nuisance areas that the Gull Survey identified, plus the Sanker gull population that wasn't identified in the gull count that we commissioned. So the focus would be on those areas, and we could do 4 separate gull management plans.
Thanks, Sandra. Councillor Davidson.
Thanks, Leader. It strikes me that I think 3.4 does present us with a way forward. I have 2 questions. In the benchmarking exercise and options appraisal, will we be giving due weight to human activity? I'm thinking about food waste, littering, those sorts of issues. Gulls, I presume, will go where there is food. One of the quickest, most effective things that we can do clearly, I think, is to minimise the food that they can access. And I do note that there's work going on with that in terms of gull-proof bins, etc. Quite possibly we need to do more of that. So is that going to feature in the options appraisal? And secondly, which I think must be a question to the movers of the motion, what legislative change do they envisage we should be requesting from the Scottish Government? Thanks, Leader.
Okay, Sandra first.
Thank you, Leader. The benchmarking exercise and options appraisal will be looking at human activity. And yeah, Councillor Davidson is correct that to point out that we are introducing gull-proof bins, and that should help. We will monitor the effectiveness of that. There are prototype bins as well being considered, so also they will be monitored. But human activity will be part of that, and whether or not there needs to be a bylaw at some later stage to stop people from feeding the gulls, that will be considered probably in the longer term, but these are all things that will be factored into the longer term gull management plan. In terms of legislative change, that would be something that perhaps Nature Scot could be could have a discussion with. The licence itself does allow us to take steps. So whilst the taking action against the gulls in the protected species is illegal, it is legal under the licence. So if it would depend on the lengths that Nature Scot were willing to go to with the licence. But if that proved to be a difficulty, then perhaps there would need to be some form of lobbying to seek changes in the legislation ultimately.
Thanks, Sandra. Can I pass it to Councillor Scobie?
Yeah, I don't know why it's directed at me, but I'm quite happy to answer. We've got a lawyer here and head of legal services and getting a lot more bucks than what I am. But what I was looking for in the legislation and the advice from the head of legal is what can be looked at, how we can look to change the legislation. And one of them must be to look at a cull. One of them must be to eradicate the particular problem. One, we hear Sandra talking about all other measures. Well, up to now, I've heard of no measures being so. And then I hear, December, before we actually get an option appraisal. Now, one of the issues we need to be lobbying just now on the legislation to relax whatever it is in terms of how we access a licence to actually go out there and be in the position to start to tackle the problem. So that's the legislation that we're talking about, and no doubt we can get, I see Vlad's indicating to come in. So we maybe get advice in terms of what we can look to change in the legislation, but we definitely need it to tackle the problem that we identify in 3.2 of the report, and that's why the motion is asking that we make that, and we support the efforts of our MSP, Colin Smythe, in raising it with the Scottish Government. And that would be, I would imagine, to change the legislation. I'll bow to those with greater knowledge.
Okay, Vlad.
I should say I don't have the expert knowledge on the statutory element of the goal side of things, but what I would say is that we're not in a unique position. I think there's other local authorities, and having lived elsewhere, I recognise the problem. In terms of to move this forward, if that be okay, I think what we're being asked for is that legal opinion on how we go about that, and I would seek that, and I'm happy to bring that back through the Communities Committee in terms of the report that will be going through there, unless you're minded to bring it back through Council. We're happy to do that. In terms of the steps that we're taking, I think Sandra and the report have relayed some of that, but probably important to note that in terms of action that we're taking right now is we are progressing the licence element of it, which is the most important part, so that we can try and do some things early on next year to address the nests and so on. And Sandra will correct me if I'm wrong on that front, but that's our primary aim just now. We're focusing on that, and that means that we can actually take some action quickly. The benchmarking exercise, more looking at the strategic element of it, looking at what we can do long term, not just short term. It's more about how do we address this long term so that we can tackle it on a more permanent basis rather than simply just tackling the next season. I think it's important that we've got that plan in place. Hence, I've asked for that benchmarking exercise. Let's see what's working elsewhere. Let's see how they've dealt with it. Let's pick up on that best practice.
Thanks. And I've got a number of members also wanting to speak, but just on that point, I think it would be worthwhile contacting other local authorities who have a problem with gulls, because if we're going to be lobbying, I think, you know, the lobbying as a group of councils with this problem, because it's certainly not just Dumfries and Galloway councils, a number of councils which have problems, and that if we need have a change in approach towards licensing and so on is required, then we would be stronger lobbying together than we will be just one council saying it. So I would quite like to be able to do that as well. Can I bring in Councillor Dempster now, please?
Thanks very much, Leader, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am anxious to see this issue addressed, as is every member on this council. And I'm grateful to Sandra for putting Sanker within the report she's presented to members. I've been in communication with Sandra for a long time now, sending her images, videos, and hoping that we'll meet soon to try and address this issue. The Sanker issue is a former curling pond from the early 1900s, and that's well documented. There was recently a letter to a local paper describing it as a foul, stinking mess that should be cordoned off because of the large-scale impact that these gulls are having, not only in the community but on the local environment. This is where the Sanker War Memorial is, Leader. This should be a place of peace and tranquility where folk can go and reflect, not be chased away by a whole host of gulls. It's half the size of a football pitch. And the point I'd want to make to you, Leader, is this is an environmental and ecological damage that's been caused here. And this place is owned solely by Dumfries and Galloway Council. We have a duty of care to the community that we look after. We have a duty to deal with this issue, and currently that's not happening. And despite what reports might come about what we might need to do for the wider region, we have a responsibility here that we're not addressing. And I look forward to meeting Sandra and our colleagues with the new gull officer in Sanker very soon. I hope it features in a report because it's slightly different. I have every sympathy with everyone in the region who has been bothered with these gulls, but this pond is owned by Dumfries and Galloway Council, and as such, there's a duty of care. And as an aside, we're breeding somewhere in the region of 1,600 gulls a year and sending them to Dumfries, Annan and Stranraer. The last 10 years have sent you 16,000 gulls that could have been avoided if we'd addressed the gull population and the nesting activity that's taking place in Sanquhar. It's not acceptable, Leader, and I'm sure members acknowledge that right across the region. This is different on the basis that it's owned by the council. I'll leave it at that. I will look forward to hearing from Sandra privately and the new gull officer after this meeting. Look forward to seeing a report at the December meeting Communities Committee, and look forward to a solution that displaces these gulls and gets them away from the chaos and destruction they're causing at this particular beauty spot in the middle of Sanquhar. Thanks, Leader. Thanks for your time, and thanks, members. I'm sure we'll get somewhere at the conclusion of this debate. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dempster. And you make an important point that in terms of the statutory responsibilities of the council, our statutory responsibility is gull control on our property. So, the illustration that Councillor Dempster gives is somewhere where we have a statutory responsibility for gull control. Councillor Marshall.
Grateful to you, Leader.
Thanks, Leader. Yeah, I welcome the report and obviously the option appraisal that will come from that report. I think when I read 3.2, though, I am concerned that only 7%, there's an increase of gulls across our region, and only 7% of them seem to be the common gull. If I look from an Annan perspective, I mean, this has been reported through the Annan Community Council. We've seen an increase. There's two areas predominantly, Stapleton Road and the Welldale. Stapleton Road is quite strange because that's where the former Penny's site used to be, and we would expect there to be a decrease there, but there seems to be an increase. So, I've raised, like many members, I've raised ESs, I've sent in video evidence, the noise, etc. But my question is, when we do get the options appraisal, there'll obviously be certain things we can do for the common gull. But if I look at on the red list of threatened species, we have in Annan, there's 45% of the black-headed gulls and there's 21% of the herring gulls. So what can we do for species that are threatened? Because obviously we won't be able to do the same kind of control measures than we can with the common gull.
Sandra.
Thanks, Leader and Councillor Marshall. It's my understanding, it certainly appears to be the case with the current licence that's just expired, and that's the only one that I have experience of because I just came into this role fairly recently. But it's my understanding that Nature Scotland, if they grant us a licence, it will cover all of the gulls rather than being specific about certain types of gulls. So the licence we currently have does specify the different types of gulls, but I don't think it differentiates between them.
That's good to hear. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you. Thanks, Leader. I'm quite staggered by the debate that we're having just now. And while I do not want to diminish individuals' experiences of the gulls within the region, and I have also been contacted by constituents within Newton Stewart who have concerns of the gulls, I wish that the members would just feel as passionate about the loss of our biodiversity, the major threat of biodiversity collapse, as they were about, quote unquote, wiping out the seagulls, ensuring that this major crisis, which is out of control, would be tackled head on. If the energy and will was behind the huge climate crisis, the loss of biodiversity was directed at that point, I would feel a lot better. I understand why members are feeling upset, and I understand why members of the public are feeling upset. But this attitude of, well, we don't want it here, let somebody else, not in our backyard. The reality is these gulls are at crisis point. They are on the red list, danger. globally, sorry, not globally, within the UK. And we have a responsibility to take our part forward. Now, there are places where there are peaks, and absolutely we do have to go forward in finding ways to tackle those specific individuals. But I'm really staggered by the vitriol that's coming out of some members' mouths today about the do-gooders in society. If anybody had had the chance, there's actually a really hard-hitting documentary that was shown at the Robert Burns Centre last night. Now, I wasn't able to attend, but I have looked at it. I've seen trailers, and it is something that I do want to get more informed of. I would also like to remind members that we have made commitments under our climate emergency, and one of those commitments is to promote and protect our region's natural environment. And whether we like it or not, the Gulls are part of our natural environment. We are a coastal region, and if we hadn't overfished, if we hadn't caused the disaster within our seas, if we hadn't practiced unsustainable farming methods over the last 100 years, would we be in this situation? I project not, but I'm not an expert, and I'm not going to pretend to be an expert, but I put that forward as an alternative argument. So, as I said, while I do not wish to take away from any of the distressing personal circumstances that individuals have faced, I think we have, as a local authority and as members, have a wider responsibility here. And I would look forward to the reports coming back, but with those points in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. There has been a lot of emotional debate, which brings sometimes the worst and sometimes best out of people regarding gulls over a number of years. I think there is a problem with the gulls, and I think it does need to be tackled. And how is that tackled is not only the council's responsibility, as I see it. You know, it's everybody's responsibility, including the Scottish Government's responsibility as well. Everybody thinks we can do anything we want, you know, in Dumfries and Galloway to get rid of the gulls, whereas it's just been proved today that we don't. Nature Scot and others will regulate how we can tackle these issues and what we can and can't do. Now, I've every sympathy with Willie and his motion, and I think the Scottish Government does have a major part. Whether it is, you know, we have local laws, local flexibility within the laws, and how it impacts in certain areas, I think that would be a start in how we can administer a law or in a local level to the satisfaction of the nature of the problems in the area. I think there are other things that the Scottish Government can do in laws. You know, you can bring in stronger littering laws, for example, to make it an offence to feed the gulls. And we can also get direct support from the Scottish Government to individuals and councils to seagull-proof properties, etc. At the moment, we aren't doing the egg and nest removal, and that's been because of COVID. But you know, we could start up again and reintroduce it. But again, I think it's Nature Scot that is bringing in other, you know, regulations, if we want, before we can actually get a licence to do that, which makes it even more difficult. But there are a few things I think we can, you know. It's not put pressure on, it's working partnership, because with the Scottish Government, which helps every council in every region of Scotland to not eliminate every gull, as some people might like, but, you know, control it to a certain degree, which makes it acceptable in different areas. I was down in Lowestoft, I think I've shared this with you, Leader, and, you know, they've actually got a different point of view about gulls. They actually put scaffolding up at the side of buildings and put planks across for them to nest. So they have got a rising population of gulls, and every other region in England has a lowering population of gulls. But I think we do need to work in partnership with the Scottish Government, and they have to play a role in this. Now, it's no good saying that, you know, councils can do this and individuals can have got their responsibilities as well. We all have a responsibility, but the government does need to be a bigger part in this.
Thanks. I remember I suggested tightening up the little laws back in 2008, but it doesn't seem, nobody seemed to be listening particularly at that time. Sandra, do you want to respond to any of the points that have been made by councillors?
Yes, thanks, Leader. We're moving to, away from a gull control project to a gull management plan, and that is a deliberate move because it's correct that there's a number of different things that we can do, that we should do, that we could have done and perhaps we should do in the future. And also there is a divided opinion as to, and for some people they're at the end of their tether, they're such a nuisance, but for others they would prefer to preserve them. Picking up on a point that Councillor Hagman made earlier about the biodiversity, in paragraph 3.7, I have included that this could be, the gull management plan could be incorporated into the Council's local biodiversity action plan, which is at the point of needing to be reviewed and revised, and certainly we would intend to include this work into that so that we can have a sensitive approach and not merely just to remove the gulls from the place that they're causing a nuisance, but perhaps because what happened previously with the gull control project was that they were displaced, and we acknowledge that that is something that will happen. So we would be looking at a holistic approach. It might be appropriate to attempt to displace the gulls from one place that's a nuisance and in conflict with humans to another place that's not a nuisance and in conflict. That will be by far a much longer term goal, but these are all things that we would consider in the gull management plan, which will be reviewed regularly, and it will have a dynamic aspect to it. We don't think we're able to just make a plan at the start and stick to that and not do anything else to change it. I think we'll be learning all the time and adjusting our gull management plan year on year, month on month, even at times, to accommodate things that we learn. Littering, yes, definitely. The gull-proof bins, as is pointed out in the report, these are steps that we're taking. And Councillor Nicholson pointed out about working in partnership with the Scottish Government and Nature Scot. Yes, we will definitely be doing that. We are liaising with Nature Scot now as we put our return for the current year's licence. We have to put a return in at the end of the licence period. We've just submitted that return, and our new officer has liaised with Nature Scot to introduce herself and to work in partnership with them going forward.
Thanks, Sandra. Councillor James.
Well, first of all, well said, Katie Hagman. And the last couple of contributions have been a bit more sane. I mean, I'm not against shooting gulls, and I've done it before, but they're going to come back because we're feeding them. It's antisocial behaviour by guys and gulls. And in that respect, Robbie Davison was right. Their numbers are down overall. That's why they're red listed. So these are their last redoubts here. So if you say, as Jane Maitland did, they should not be here, then where are you going to put them? You're going to put them where the way of wolves and lynx or bears, just eradicate them. And there are advocates of eradication, but I just don't think that's appropriate anymore. I mean, the Economic Vision paid lip service to actually enhancing nature, and now we're talking about eradicating a coastal species or more than one coastal species. It's just not right. So Sandra did well to point out that one sentence, because otherwise I thought it was an inappropriate omission to have any balance in this report about the two sides to this coin, that we are suffering these sort of Hitchcock-like scenes here and getting dramatised by it and think it's a plague. But in fact, it's not. It's a series of species in trouble. And I just don't think anything other than a twin-track carrot and stick approach is appropriate here. I don't know whether you agree, Leader.
I do have some sympathy for your point of view on this particular issue, Councillor James. Although I accept that there is a nuisance, but I personally don't think it's about culling species. It's about rerouting them and being encouraging them to be places which are more appropriate rather than culling them all together. But obviously there are differences of opinion within the council members on that issue. Councillor Campbell, Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. Well, this will be a first for me. I agree with Councillor James. Not much else, but I do on this. In terms of trying to take a wee bit of light out from the heat of the debate here, and I understand the frustrations of members because this is about a problem which is impacting on people's lives. But just as a word of caution, displacement, if we go ahead without properly considered measures in an attempt to displace, they're going to come back because the gulls are attracted to human activity. But clearly we need a really robust strategy to attempt to manage the particular problem. And Sandra, thanks for your report. I just want to go to 3.7. And there's mention of a student taking forward a project on gull management. I think that's very welcome. I'd be interested to know what the sort of timescale is for that. And also in the reference to the Biodiversity Action Plan, my understanding is, yes, that is currently efforts been made to identify appropriate resources to take that forward. And I hope I speak for fellow members of the cross-party working group that we would welcome perhaps the opportunity to invite that student and indeed Sandra along to a future meeting of the working group to talk about some of the issues that have been raised today and how we can look at effectively incorporating those measures into the local diversity, the Biodiversity Action Plan without any detriment to wildlife along the sort of suggestions that have been made today. So thanks, Sandra, for your report, and I'd be interested to hear about how we can take that proposal forward in terms of the research that the student is doing. Thank you.
Thanks. Sandra.
Thanks, Leader and Councillor Campbell. The paragraph 3.7 that refers to the mentoring support for the student, that is a fourth-year undergraduate student who will be commencing her project very soon. We've had our first meeting just to introduce the concept, and there's a follow-up meeting tomorrow. She will get started on that once she has chosen the topic, but that will be finished and absolutely completed by April or May next year. It's just part of her undergraduate degree. So whilst it's very valuable research for us that will be included into the gull management plan, she will be working with our new environmental safety officer, who will be taking forward the findings in the research that she has done and adding to those if they are of value, which we expect them to be. As yet, we don't know what topic she's selected for her research, but it will just be short-lived and it won't be an ongoing element of the work that we do, but the new officer will take that forward. In terms of the Biodiversity Action Plan, we are keen to ensure that we see both sides of the argument, that any actions that we take to improve the situation in one place doesn't therefore cause a price in another place in terms of, for example, biodiversity. So we are keen to include this in the Biodiversity Action Plan and would welcome any inclusion to meetings or discussions by that group.
Thanks, Sandra. I've got Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Fairbairn, Councillor Sloan, Councillor Dempster and Councillor Lever has a suggestion on the recommendations. So if I can call Councillor Ferguson next.
Thank you very much, Leader, for letting me in. I think the first statement has to be a quite clear one here, is that gulls don't respect boundaries. They hunt and forage for food. They'll go where there's a food supply, and there's nothing human beings can do about that. Right? And we kind of control them to that extent. The two practical things I'm just going to ask Sandra we should be considering here today is that you, Leader, you introduced that the issue about other local authorities having the same problem, and I am a supporter of getting a whole country approach to this. whilst the local areas will have some local problems, but the vast majority of the problems will be the same. And it doesn't matter where they are, whether they're in Peterhead or whether they're in Kakubri. The basic problems will be the same. So I think I'm asking Sandra here if the staff that she manages can have an early discussion and outcomes from some of the other local authorities and gather some of the evidence for the report in December. And obviously that would include Nature Scott as well and get the most up-to-date stuff we have. And the other ask, Sandra, is can we include all the previous measures under effectiveness that we've had for trying to control the gull problem? And because I know we've been trying to do this for years. We've tried a whole raft of things, and we really need to weigh up all the things we've tried, where they're reasonably successful, where they're not successful. The common sense kind of tells you, because we moved on to something else, the previous things weren't successful, but I think we need that articulated for members for the December committee. And I'll be interested to see what suggestion Jeff's got he wants to come in with, but I'd be happy to support this going to Communities Committee in December, and then if the view is to lobby or to take things further afield, then we do so. But then it would be based on evidence, more evidence. We've got most up-to-date evidence. I think that's all I'm really needing to say at this moment, Leader, and let others in. Appreciate time's getting on.
Thanks, Andy. Councillor Fairbairn.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, I think most points have been touched on, really, that I would probably wanted to make. But Sandra mentioned earlier on the bylaw, possible bylaw, and I know that was introduced in London in 2003 at Trafalgar Square because of the pigeons and such like. Would that not put additional pressure on staff, Sandra? Because I know you're at breaking point just now, your community safety team, who probably would be taking the rein in that. And also, just really on what Councillor Nicholson was saying about kind of redirecting them and how they're living with them and down in Lowestoft, I think that is an idea and I think it has been touched on. But just one more thing to say did the gulls form part of the city bid?
We may take some support from the gulls if you want. Sandra.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, in terms of the bylaw, that might form part of the options appraisal if we have time to include that in the December report. But what we will do in that options appraisal is include an estimate of costs for each of the options for members to consider. So if the introduction of a bylaw was deemed to require additional staff, then that would be identified as an additional cost of that option, if we manage to include that in the options appraisal. Back to Councillor Ferguson's point again about a whole country approach and the looking at what other areas are doing, that will be included in that options appraisal report as well, is to benchmark and look to see what other authorities have done, and indeed if they have introduced a bylaw in their local authority and the effectiveness of it. So we will try and capture that if we can. I appreciate that it's not long until that report needs to be drafted and we might not be at that stage, but if we're not able to include all of those, we will certainly have a follow-up and it'll be an ongoing process.
Just to add to that, Andy.
No, it's Duke. Can I come back in, Leader?
Sorry, Doug. Yes, it is. I'm looking. Yeah. Doug, come back in.
It's fine. Sandra, yeah. When you're talking about additional costs, you're talking about additional cost to employ more people. Is that what you're referring to?
If the introduction of a bylaw, if it's considered in that options appraisal that the introduction of a bylaw would only be of any use if it had an additional resource to enforce it, then the enforcement resource would be included in that options appraisal.
Thank you.
Thanks. I just wondered also when we were talking about what other local authorities are doing, I'd also be interested in the context of the possibility of legislative change being required, whether other councils felt that legislative change and what change they felt would be required, so that we're sort of on the same page with others with the same problems. Councillor Sloan and then Councillor Dempster, and then I'll bring Councillor Lever, who's got a recommendation he wants to put forward. Councillor Sloan.
Thanks, Chair. I often sitting at these meetings throughout the years, you get a feeling of deja vu, and particularly debates like this one, because I feel as though we're going away and leave this place, and in a few years' time we'll come back and we'll sit down and we'll say, right, where are we on them reports we're doing? Let's stop talking about the reports. Let's tell us when we're actually going to see lesser goals than what we've got just now. I don't expect the problem to be totally eradicated, but let's start making inroads to it so that people at least can have that to hold on to, that we are doing something.
Thanks. Well, hopefully that will come out of the report to communities in December. That the intention there is what the decision will be being taken as to what we're going to do, and that it'll be commenced before the breeding season, so that if we need to take action, if we're able to take action against nests and eggs and that sort of thing, that we'll be able to do it. Because I think that seemed to, there is evidence of that was successful when it was undertaken in Dumfries, but it obviously hasn't been done for a couple of years, and the problem's getting worse again. But then there's still the problem that Nature Scott actually, before you can get a licence to do that, they do require you to say that all the other things that you've done in order to try to control the gulls before you take the nests away. I think I'm right on that, aren't I, Sandra? Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Leader. Just a brief observation. And Councillor James is right when he talks about the Alfred Hitchcock film and the birds. That's exactly the image you get at Sanker Pond if you want to try and walk through it in the evening. I've shared these images with Sandra, and that's why that particular issue has to be addressed. But the point I'd want to make to you, Leader, was these seagulls, and I'm not up for killing them either. I don't particularly support that approach, but that's just a personal thing. But I certainly want to see displacement, get them moved away because it's just not appropriate where they're currently nesting. That's the big issue. And it may be that, and this is for a long-term project, and I understand that, but it may be that working with other landowners, with the council where we own land that's not in a town centre, we can create an environment that would encourage the seagulls to relocate there rather than their current nesting sites. And at the risk of being subjected to ridicule, Leader, the Surrey is a red kite feeding station. It's a tourist attraction, and it might be with the food waste disposal and collection service we've got that we could provide a food source to seagulls to take them away from town centres. And if we are feeding them somewhere, I don't suggest it ever be a tourist attraction, but it could mitigate a lot of the damage in town centres if the food they need to survive is provided at a location that we want it to see, rather than them just simply scavenge up and down every high street and town and village in the region. It's a radical approach, Leader, but it's one that's maybe worth some consideration, because I believe that in certain circumstances we have to do something. We cannot just leave the population to breed in the manner and way they're doing currently. Thanks for your time, Leader.
Interesting suggestion. Sandra.
Thanks, Leader. Yeah, these are all things that will be considered in the fullness of time by the new officer, who is a dedicated resource and will be able to do a considerable amount of research to look to see what is happening in other places, to take best practice and to see what's been effective. And certainly displacement would appear to be a viable option that is palatable by more people than killing birds necessarily, and certainly Nature Scott would probably prefer us to do that. So if there were ways of considering how we could do that, then that would certainly be in the gull management plan and considered by our new officer.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you. You could maybe give us some information on the feeding of gulls, because it's my, and displacement, yeah, that's good, but surely how can you then control the number of gulls? Because it's my, I think that if they get less food, then they lay less eggs, because there's less food to go for the youngsters. So therefore that is a natural way to have less gulls. But if you're having displacement and you're feeding gulls, actually feeding them, and they've no reason not to have more young.
Sandra, I don't know. And Councillor James wants in on this point as well.
Only maybe could ask Sandra at the same time. You know, I joked about shooting them before, but I think actually when I think about it more, most water-based birds you meet, like ducks and geese, etc., are very flighty when humans come near them. So even other species that were used to shoot still remember that. And these are pretty intelligent, these gulls. I think it possibly is not the silliest idea to displace them through making them a bit frightened, because they're actually not frightened of humans much at the moment. I think they probably used to be more than they were.
I've managed to frighten one out of my garden, but it took an awful lot of shouting and clapping my hands at it before it got the message that it wasn't welcome. Sandra.
We're on a learning process with this. So Councillor Nicholson's point about whether if we feed them more, they might lay more eggs, and therefore we won't ever get rid of them, might be a valid point. The work of the Environmental Safety Officer in the initial stages will be to learn these points, learn from what's happened in other places, and to see if feeding them elsewhere in a more in a place that doesn't conflict with humans as much is a viable option. If that's working elsewhere, then we could consider that. But if it's not working elsewhere because the gulls are better fed and therefore laying more eggs, then that's a lesson we would learn. I'm aware that gulls can fly a considerable distance for food. I don't know what difference that will make, but that's another thing we would have to bear in mind as well. In terms of humans scaring the birds away, Nature Scott do advise that human scaring is a viable option to get rid of seagulls and to interrupt them when they're laying their nests, and also perhaps using animals the likes of dogs. These are all things that would be considered and the viability, and we would certainly be looking to see what happens elsewhere and what's been successful.
Thanks, Sandra. Now, I think we're probably wrapping up. I think we've probably gone as far as we can, really, with this debate at the moment. Sorry, Councillor Nicholson?
Just the last point on the feeding of gulls and that. I think it's important to have a strengthening of laws as well, you know, maybe through the Scottish Government about feeding and feeding gulls in town centres or anywhere else for that matter.
Again, I think this is something that, you know, when we get the evidence that, you know, if there's a need for, I think there probably is a need for tightening up of littering legislation and so on. But I see Councillor Lever has put his recommendation in the chat function. I'll read it out in case not everybody is able to see that. He's suggesting that we note the appointment and role of the dedicated Environmental Safety Officer, the trialled installation of the gull-proofed bins, and that a further report will be presented to the December meeting of the Communities Committee detailing the measures that members could consider putting in place and the costs associated with them to get long-term solutions as detailed in 3.14. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I have no difficulty with that, to include that in the motion as an addendum, because we are waiting on further report. But I would hope that we would bring a further report back to full council rather than wait till December and then try and start something. Just to sum up, if I be allowed to chair on the motion, and it has been somewhat of an emotive debate, and we've heard from one member of her particular family, one of her family, being attacked by the gull or gulls or whatever. So, you know, it's more than an emotive issue, because we're here representing the community, the electorate and so forth, and they're the ones that are doing the complaining. In the report, it does talk that the complaints have gone down. Maybe the people are fed up complaining and where they complain to, because it doesn't minimise the fact that there is a huge problem, nor does it the problem. And the reference has to be made to culling. There is a number of culls going on as we speak year on year. deers are regularly culled because of the problem they cause. But it doesn't eradicate them. It doesn't mean to say we're going to wipe them out and they'll never be back as a gull. So each and every one can take the high moral ground and think this is terrible. We've got to deal with this problem, and the motion is calling for that. It's calling for the Scottish Government to look at the legislation, to see how we can tackle the particular problem, and to provide us with the resources. Because I heard about, you know, the bins being one issue. I wonder how Councillor Dempster's problem is going to be tackled in Sinker when all I asked for was a spike on a lamppost in the town centre in the Castle Square. And I'm still waiting on that. And it wasn't me that suggested it, it was members of the community. So, like Sinker, there are other areas that we've got to tackle this problem. That's why the motion has asked for an area plan, 4 area plans, so that we can start to tackle it. Not just, as Councillor Sloan said, to be sitting here as a sense of deja vu in 3, 4, 5 years' time saying, oh, we need to deal with this problem. We need to deal with it now, so we do. And we need a report in terms of how we're going to do it. And at the same time, we need to be lobbying the Scottish Government to look at it, the legislation that does exist, and that's why the motion is here. It hasn't asked for calls, it's asked for tackling the problem. So I would hope that the motion is unanimously agreed with that addendum from Jeff.
I mean, I think the report will be go to the Communities Committee. That will be in advance of next full council meeting. So I think actually that means that action will be taken quicker if it goes to Community Committee. There are a few things which came out of the debate which I think need to be fleshed out a bit. I know Vlad has undertaken to have a look at some of the legislative issues. So I'm wondering if whether the mover and secretary of the motion would be content to have that report going to Communities Committee, and then thereafter we can maybe have a better assessment of actually what we need to take, and particularly, how we can work with other councils, what we maybe need to lobby the Scottish Government on in terms of legislative change and so on. I mean, would that be acceptable to you?
It doesn't mention the period in the, I think if we agree the motion with the addendum, then that would be accepted. I hope that's agreed unanimously. I heard about displacement there and moving them. Used to be the gulls hovered about the cowps when we had cowps, but we no longer have those. So that's where we didn't have so big a problem. The whole issue, the motion can be agreed, and then the timescale can be added to it. We've already heard, and grateful for your clarification that communities comes before full council. We could have had a special meeting on it, but I don't know if that necessitates that. But if we're bringing together everything, at least we know what the direction we're going, and that's what the motion is calling for. There's no time scale to it, Chair.
Thanks. So is everybody content to agree that? Agreed? Okay, and with the addendum, which I think has been accepted by Councillor Scobie and Councillor Sloan. Okay, given that we're actually beyond when we should be ventilating by about an hour, I'm now suggesting that we take a half-hour break and come back after that and get a bite of lunch. Thanks. Thank you. We now move to agenda item 11, which is a notice of motion on universal credit changes. Before moving to the detail of the motion, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from the Communities Committee so that we can discuss it? Members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Andy Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Tracy Little. The notice of motion is attached as an appendix. Lorna Campbell is available on Teams to assist members with any questions. And can I invite Councillors Ferguson and Little to propose and second the motion, after which I shall invite contributions and questions from other members. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Leader. Firstly, can I thank everybody for withdrawing delegation and allowing us to debate this issue today. I must say it gives me no great pleasure to speak and move this motion. I think the main thrust of the Jovas Foundry research has been well trailed by many national politicians, including many members of the UK government. So I do not intend to repeat their appeals, which have, it would appear, sadly fallen on deaf ears. However, it is the very local impact this draconian move will impose that concerns me, and I hope it concerns everyone in this council. I asked officers for a detailed briefing and comment on the known and potential impact this removal will bring on our local anti-poverty strategy, and in particular, what budget pressures it is likely to bring. The effect is such that it is to be reported to Communities Committee in October, and which unsurprisingly is actually after the deadline for the implementation, hence the urgency and frankly real reason for this notice of motion. If you'll bear with me, I'll go through the main parts of the response that I got so that we can decide today with the fullest details, with further updated information will be tabled at Communities Committee, which will be right up to the minute actually of Communities Committee. That's the assurance I've got from officers. So I'll just start off by saying, you know, the Financial Wellbeing and Revenues team have calculated, using the Department of Work and Pension figures, that Dumfries and Galloway will have approximately 8,300 families impacted by this reduction of universal credit payments, who will lose £86.67 per month, or in simpler terms, just over £1,000 a year. So from a financial wellbeing and revenues perspective, we are likely to receive increased applications for discretionary housing payments and crisis grants as a result. For a small proportion of customers, that's around 40, I believe, they will also lose their entitlement to council tax reduction as the universal credit personal allowance goes down, which will take them out of council tax reduction entitlement. Now the Scottish Welfare Fund and discretionary housing payment budgets are still fairly healthy, right? Not rich, but fairly healthy. The demand will continue to be monitored. We will also do some additional publicity on discretionary housing payments / Scottish Welfare Fund in advance of the universal credit changes. And a further update on this and the impacts will be included in the next welfare benefits report, due to go to again to the next Communities Committee, which will be in October, just a few weeks away. The continued support to our essential welfare and housing options support team of the funding of $155,000 of poverty and inequalities policy development funding, as agreed by the Communities Committee on the 9th of February, is ensuring that this vital team, together with all the financial wellbeing and revenue services, can continue to support our most vulnerable clients and complex cases who are included within the figures above. This Council's allocation of policy development funding to the social work services support for vulnerable families, older people, children and young people, again, which was put in place in February this year, will also be continuing to provide additional support by delivering all of the following when required. And that's, for example, provision of electricity cards, key household items, provision of winter clothing, additional financial support for care leavers, materials and support to ensure older people, children and young people are active. It is very likely that, again, the families and individuals supported by this funding will be included within the original figures above, and this support could see an increase in requests being received. Again, the Poverty and Inequalities team will also be delivering additional warm winter clothes open events throughout our region in November this year as part of our grassroots projects portfolio, the costs of which are covered within our policy development funding allocation of $20,000. And again, it was made in April 2021 in this year's budget. These will provide both new and pre-loved warm clothing and etc. for families and individuals highlighted above. In terms of the negative impact on our anti-poverty budgets, we will, as always, be closely monitoring the funding allocations for each project, and any increases in support for each from the date of the universal credit reduction will be highlighted to the Communities Committee during the next report on, again in October, and then subsequent committees in December. All of our poverty and inequalities projects, including those highlighted above, plus support for fair share memberships, increased payments of school clothing grants, holiday food fund payments for children in early years, support for credit unions, the region-wide taxi card scheme, community transport, and the allocations of funding for each of our 4 area committees have all been designed to provide interwoven support mechanisms for both families and individuals indeed. The reduction of universal credit funding will undoubtedly impact negatively on all of the individuals and families we currently support. So let's be crystal clear here. The projection is that everyone who is currently receiving any of the above benefits will have a negative knock-on effect to their household income, placing those most needy families at risk. What is particularly galling is that we, the Dumfries and Galloway Council and our hard-pressed services, along with our external partners throughout the region, will endeavour to ensure that the most beneficial and specialist support is available to everyone who will be significantly financially impacted by the change, without any additional financial support coming from the UK government. So, as you can see, the staff are preparing for the worst possible scenarios, and I'm afraid there is very little light at the end of the tunnel. I am not going to project today what the pressures are likely to be. As I've already said, it's clear this money grab is unnecessary, it's ill-conceived, and will impact on our most vulnerable citizens. To conclude, I'm asking that you support the motion as set out, and the recommendation is set out at 2.2, and write not only to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, but also to our 2 MPs, one of whom is the Secretary of State for Scotland, whose portfolio includes looking after the interest of all Scots. And at that, I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, members, for your consideration of this notice of motion today. Councillor Ferguson has laid out in front of you the shocking regional statistics and figures set to devastate our constituents and negatively impact our anti-poverty budgets. Let those figures sink in for a moment. The staggering, yawning chasm between the rich and poor in the UK is ever widening. I sometimes wonder how far the current UK government can go before we decide enough is enough. The £20 uplift to universal credit has been a lifeline for some of the poorest and most vulnerable people during the pandemic, and now they want to take it away, or they're going to take it away. If you think I'm getting upset over a paltry sum of money, then you'd be quite right. That's because universal credit, by its very design, is not generous. Regardless, that extra £20, small as it is, means a great deal to a great many people. As Councillor Ferguson stated, there are thousands of people in Dumfries and Galloway currently needing universal credit to make ends meet. And even on the benefit, the ends often don't quite come together. In many cases, the benefit is simply used to top up poverty wages. 40% of people in the UK receiving universal credit are currently in work. In Scotland, up until February 2021, of those in work with a higher income, there has been an increase in demand for universal credit by over 227%, meaning it more than tripled in 2020 alone. Those in work with lower household earnings saw an increase of 135%, more than double the demand in 2020. Now, this clawback will inevitably mean that parents cut back on their own meals so they can feed their children, that there isn't enough money for clothes or shoes, that homes are cold and essential bills go unpaid. Women are disproportionately affected by cuts to welfare, causing unacceptable consequences. Women are more likely to live in households with children of school or preschool age using education. They're more likely to be in households with caring responsibilities. And it's these caring responsibilities prevent many from entering employment and earning independent income. Even within employment, women suffer in-work poverty because they're sometimes only able to maintain part-time and low-paid jobs while caring for dependents. Many government policies, though seemingly gender-neutral, have profoundly gendered impacts. Women are poorer than men, and universal credit cuts will thus further increase the number of women in poverty. This is 2021. No human being should be suffering in poverty. Poverty is the priority of policymakers. not only for those focusing on social justice, but also for those seeking economic benefits. Cuts do not create growth. This particular cut will only create devastation and misery. I urge all my fellow members, members of all political persuasions and of none, to realise the seriousness of this situation and implore you to support this motion. I'm not sure if we can change anything, but for the sake of everyone affected, we have to try. With that said, Leader, I second Councillor Ferguson's motion to write to the UK Chancellor of the Exchequer and our 2 local MPs to seek a halt to the implementation of this universal credit cut, for the sake of the people of our region, our country, and for the sake of humanity and care. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Councillor Adam Wilson.
Thanks, Leader. And as members will be aware, I circulated a proposal on this motion last night, which I intend to speak to and move. I fully support the terms of this notice of motion and the action that is outlined. Figures this year from June this year, published by the House of Commons Library, show that over 10,000 people in Dumfries and Galloway were in receipt of universal credit at that point. Figures from the National Office of Statistics show that last month 3,740 people in our region were claiming out-of-work benefits, the bulk of whom will be on universal credit. Thankfully, this is a decrease from 5,115 people in May last year, but demonstrates, nevertheless, that universal credit will affect a number of families and households who are both looking for work and are already in low-paid work across our region. I also feel that this notice of motion allows full council today to consider the harsh winter that will be faced by too many families and households over the coming months in our region. Members will be aware of the media coverage, particularly into gas prices. From my perspective, the winter we are facing that too many families and households in our region are facing is a result of the dual impact of Brexit and COVID. The recovery from both of these impacts of both Brexit and COVID will result in uncertainty and shortages, and all too often we know that it's those on the lowest incomes who bear the brunt of wider macroeconomic uncertainty. Therefore, I think it's essential that both of Scotland's governments take decisions now to support households across Dumfries and Galloway. Reversing the cut to universal credit now could help do that, but so too will doubling the Scottish Child payment to £20 a week, as has been called for by over 100 organisations and individuals in Scotland. The proposal that I have put forward today asks full council to support both of these essential calls and make our council's view to both governments well known. Councillor Ferguson has rehearsed a number of the actions that are already being carried out and will be carried out by our council, so I will not go into that, as I think he's covered those well. But I think that these 2 decisions that I have outlined need to be taken immediately, but we must not lose sight of the long term. Yesterday at the Work and Pension Select Committee, Scotland's Children and Young People's Commissioner said on tackling child poverty that interim targets set for 2023 now look very unlikely to be met, highlighting the urgent need to take these urgent decisions on the Scottish Child payment and universal credit, but also to think about the decisions that need to be taken in the long term. Raising the Scottish Child payment to £40 a week and ensuring that the real living wage is put into law are just 2 pivotal actions I will be supporting over the coming months and year to make sure that we can continue to reduce child poverty numbers in Scotland. I will read out the terms of my proposal for the benefit of the public. In addition to 2.1 and 2.2, I propose that 2.3, we agree that both Scotland's governments and Dumfries and Galloway Council have a pivotal role in tackling poverty experienced by too many people in Dumfries and Galloway. 2.4, that we agree that Dumfries and Galloway Council is opposed to the cut in universal credit, which is due to take effect from the 6th of October this year. 2.5, that we agree that the Leader should write to the Chancellor of the Exchequer and local MPs, setting out the Council's opposition to this cut and to seek a halt to the cut. 2.6, to note that over 100 organisations, faith groups and individuals have called on the Scottish Government to double the Scottish Child payment as soon as possible to reduce child poverty in Scotland. 2.7, to agree that Dumfries and Galloway Council support the call to double the Scottish Child payment immediately. And 2.8, agree that the Leader should write to the First Minister and local MSPs, setting out the Council's support for doubling the Scottish Child payment immediately. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you to Councillor Ferguson and Provost Little for bringing this motion to us today. I want to read out a quote, and it's a quote that I was going to raise, and I may well raise it again with the next item on the agenda, and that is, one doesn't have to operate with great malice to do great harm, and the absence of empathy and understanding are sufficient. And that was from the American journalist Charles Blow. Now, to me, there is a huge lack of empathy and understanding coming from Westminster Government. And I appreciate what Councillor Wilson was saying in calling the Scottish Government to once again mitigate the horrific policies that are coming out of Westminster. And to be honest, I don't think we should be confusing these two matters. We have one government who is trying exceedingly hard to mitigate, and my understanding is there has already been a move towards doubling the child payment. And we have another government that seems hell-bent on making life as difficult and as hard as possible for those most vulnerable in our society. I have sat at the end of a week with pennies in my purse, not being able to afford basic items. Prior to being a councillor, as a councillor, I am actually, as a single parent, still eligible for universal credit and, well, what was child tax credits. But I think we need to be very, very clear on this is going to have a real impact. And I think we really need to shine the light on this policy decision and this intention by the Westminster Government to cut this £20. That £20 a week is going to mean a huge amount to families, and that is before we look at the price increases for gas and the cost of energy that families and households are facing this coming winter. So, Leader, I'm not going to go on at this point. I think I've made my points very clear. You know, it's not up to the Scottish Government to mitigate all the disasters coming out of Westminster. We need to hold our Secretary of State, our MPs accountable. These MPs are elected by the people of Dumfries and Galloway to sit in Westminster to represent the people of Dumfries and Galloway, and in my view, they are not doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Councillor Driver.
Thanks very much, Leader. Before I move second Councillor Wilson's amendment, I just wanted to thank Lorna and her team for all she's done already the past 18 months supporting poverty as we go through this pandemic. I was chairing the Housing Forum a couple of weeks ago, and also our registered social landlords and housing associations have helped no end with the poverty that we have in Dumfries and Galloway, up to the tune of something like 3.7 million quid supporting families in that particular area. This universal credit is definitely a devastating blow to those families who are already receiving support in one way or another. I think Councillor Wilson said it quite clearly that this is not just about, you know, one government or two governments or even the council. This is about everybody doing what they can to support those families moving forward. And it's a long-term issue that's working in some of the charities, volunteering for some of the charities. I've seen that poverty, and then some of the most affluent areas within our region have pockets of poverty that are causing some great concern for families. So therefore, I'm happy to second Councillor Wilson's amendment.
Thanks, Archie. Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Leader. I'm sitting here somewhat shocked at the politically biased rhetoric that's come out with both the proposer and the seconder of this motion. I've no difficulty with writing to the Scottish Government, but to put it in such terms, I thought that was dreadful. I've been a member of this council for coming on 15 years, and those that I'm quite sure know me that will say I'm probably one of the least politically minded councillors on the council of any party at all. Perhaps we should remember that it was actually the Conservative government that introduced this, the uplift to the universal credit. I really think we need to, Councillor Wilson came in and he gave a balanced argument in my point that yes, we should all share the response to this. and writing to the Scottish Government, I think, is a way forward as well to tackle it on both sides. Councillor Hagman, of course, you would almost think there are elections coming up in May next year, that was very much against involving anything to do with a criticism or asking the Scottish Government. Perhaps this item has actually changed my political stance. Maybe I should be more forthright in future. I personally agree with writing to the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the First Minister, but I think we should put this political rhetoric behind us and just get on with the matter of fact. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Councillor Davidson.
Thanks, Leader. I have 2 points, and only 2 points I want to make. The first is that I think there's no doubt that we are entering a cost of living crisis, and that is predominantly driven by the increases in fuel costs, which are happening right now. Friends in Dalbeattie are seeing, for example, costs increasing by, say, 25% at the moment. A friend whose fixed price energy deal finished earlier this week, looking around for the cheapest next best offer, will have to tolerate an increase of 100% in their energy costs. These are really significant and really serious pressures that inevitably will hit those with least resource the hardest. That alone, I think, would be ample good reason for the forthcoming reduction in universal credit to be reconsidered. When the facts change, you change your mind after all. And surely that alone would be ample good reason for not proceeding with that reduction at this point. The second point is on the amendment. The First Minister has actually already committed to accelerating the rollout of the doubling of the Scottish Child Payment. She said it in her speech introducing the programme for government. I think perhaps 10 days ago or so, might have been 2 weeks, and committed to a timescale for that, which was that given the scale of the financial commitment that involves, that would be reflected in the forthcoming Scottish Government budget. So, there is both a commitment to bringing it forward at the earliest opportunity and a definition on the public record in front of Parliament of what that earliest opportunity, in her view, is. But the reason that I have a concern about linking these two issues at this particular point is that mitigation doesn't leave anybody better off. The purpose of the Scottish Child Payment was to help, in a small way, but nevertheless a meaningful way, to make people better off. And continuing to mitigate, as we know from the bedroom, all the other interventions that we've had to make over the years to try and mitigate, they simply plug gaps. They don't actually help in a meaningful and serious way to fundamentally address problems of poverty and of child poverty. And in addition, the Scottish Child Payment will not, of course, do anything to address the impact of the reduction in universal credit to families and households who don't have children. They would continue to be adversely impacted by that cost of living crisis and the reduction in universal credit that I referred to in my first point. I'm very happy to support Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Hagman in their motion. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Rob. Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. As an independent, of course, I could think about, should I support this now? I suppose an argument for supporting it would be that this was a temporary measure as part of COVID, and we're all in it together. And I thought back to the funding rounds, particularly the PERF funding round, if we remember that. It was administered by SOES, not the council. And some of the payments, when you look at the list today, the businesses that were making big profits through that and got 5- and 6-figure awards that didn't need it, and you think, okay, here's £20 to people who probably do need it. There could be an argument for continuing it, but reading this, Ian Blake, I think, got it right. This is just political, it is nonsense here. We're talking about a cut. Well, okay, you could get away with the word cut, but it is just a withdrawal of the temporary arrangement, or cessation of the temporary arrangement. But then we go on to the money grab whilst pandemic. I mean, this Chancellor has took us to a situation, I was just doing my little calculations here. I think we have borrowed as a UK £4 million every day since the Romans left. So, you know, about money, penny pinching and money grabbing, I don't think that's ever been the UK government business, and certainly not now. But to not put this in the context of our times, we're going to see, thanks to George Osborne's living wage and Nigel Farage's getting us Brexit, that wages will go up. People's efforts will be in demand, and the government policy is to reward work and disincentivise not work. And I know that's not all of the picture here, but anyone who doesn't welcome that broad move is not going to have my support. So I won't be supporting this motion today because it's just narrow-minded political posturing. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, maybe both motions don't go far enough, because there's undoubtedly the case that universal credit has been an unmitigated disaster for many of the people of this country. And that's well illustrated in documents that have been produced. Ian, I listened to what Ian was saying in terms of the Tory government brought in the £20 uplift. That doesn't mean to say they could take it away. That we have people who are living in abject poverty, and that only went some way to try and mitigate their poverty in giving that uplift during the lockdowns and so forth. So, you know, it would be wrong, and even within the Tory ranks, it's been recognised as wrong. And I think I listened to Ruth Davison last night for the few times, and she made that point as well, that she's trying to advise her government to think again about, you know, taking away this uplift. As a socialist group, we're coming in support of the amendment because there's currently 1 in 4 children living in poverty, and in Dumfries and Galloway that's even higher. I think it's 26%, which is above the 1 in 4. So we do need the child payments to be increased, and that would help again. But it would only help alongside the £20 uplift to remain. And we should be writing to both governments, and as Adam has put in his amendment, the only thing we would ask as a socialist group is that we name both the Tory UK government, Conservative UK government, and the SNP Scottish government in his amendment. I would ask Adam, and I did ask him last night, to consider to accept that as a further amendment to his.
Thanks, Willie. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman, in a statement, said that this isn't up to the Scottish government. It is very much up to the Scottish government to step in and mitigate, help struggling people. No matter what the circumstances are, it's up to the Scottish government to step in and help where they can, and this time they can help. There are immediate issues, not something that should or could be batted down. These immediate issues are, from next month, there will be a cut in people's money. Next month, also, and no, even now, Adam was saying about the gas prices and that people are struggling now, not when the Scottish budget comes to be in April. People are struggling now and they need that help now. So I will be supporting Adam's motion.
Thanks, Ronnie. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Leader. Just a small point. Can members please be reminded that the chat function is for requests to speak, and also if any additional information that members are needed, not for personal opinion, please.
Thanks, Tracy. Can I invite any other further comments? Okay, so, Councillor Hagman.
I think Leader Adam was before me, if you want to take him first. Thanks.
My apologies, Adam, I didn't see you popping up there. Councillor Wilson.
No worries, Leader. I won't take it. I won't take any offence. I think there was a couple of points that I think some direct quotes are confusing the issue, linking these two issues and mitigating. I just want to be quite clear. First of all, I'm not confusing any issue. A number of families, too many families across Dumfries and Galloway, are going to suffer a very harsh winter, and I outlined earlier why I think that, and I'm grateful to members who have agreed with that analysis so far in this debate. And I'm not confusing any issue. The issue being that we need to alleviate suffering wherever possible, and we all have a role to play in that. And I also want to be quite clear that I don't expect the Scottish Government to mitigate this through the Scottish Child Payment. I think Councillor Davidson outlined that actually the Scottish Child Payment is not necessarily paid to the exact same people who receive universal credit, and he is absolutely correct in that. This proposal is asking for both governments, both of Scotland's governments, to take immediate decisions that there needs to be no mitigation if both decisions were taken. It would support our most vulnerable families and households across the region, and I'm quite clear in that, and I think the proposal is also quite clear in that.
Councillor Scobie.
Can I just ask Adam if we would accept just naming them rather than saying Scotland's governments, if we would name the two in his motion, in his amendment?
Right. Adam?
Quite happy to reference Scottish and UK government if that would be helpful.
Thanks. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. I just wanted to come back and thank you for giving me the opportunity to do so. I am angry. I'm angry about this proposed cut, and the reasons why I'm angry, as I've outlined before, is it's written in their motion. 1 in 5 families are going to be affected. Some, over £1,000 a month. I'm not going to apologise for that one. And I think we as councillors have a duty to do so. I'm disappointed there's not more members looking to speak on this motion. We talked for about an hour. There was many members' contributions discussing gulls. Where are those same members in their concern over this big issue? So this is not about political scoring. This is about looking after the most vulnerable. And I'm coming at this with personal experience, having been on that poverty line, when I've been sat at the supermarket looking to see, well, can I afford this fruit and veg? No, I'll get the value one because I'll get more money. I'll get more produce for my money. So, this is not about political scoring, but it is about ensuring the very best. If we want to talk about political scoring, I appreciate what Councillor Nicholson is saying, that yes, of course, the Scottish Government are there to look after everybody in Scotland, and they are doing so, but they're doing so with one hand tied behind the back. So if we want to talk about the political nature of this, well, give the Scottish Government full powers in tax raising and the full benefit system, give it to them and see how they get on, because that's certainly what I would like to see as a Scottish National Party councillor. Yes, I am, but on this point, we are where we are, and we need to do everything we can to ensure that this £20 cut is not actually gone through, and what we can do to stop that going through. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie, but I'm not going to allow this debate to become about the Constitution. That's not actually what's up for debate at the moment. We've got Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Leader, very much. This extra money was badged, I understand, as a temporary increase at the time in order to deal with COVID pressures. And I do think there was a very reasonable remark from Councillor Blake saying that he was perfectly willing to support the motion, but he didn't feel that it was being packaged in an appropriate way, and I think he's absolutely right. I want to say that I think the average income of Dumfries and Galloway families is deplorably low. We've known that for years. It really is. It's very, very bad. There have been opportunities to change that, and I think very slowly we're doing it through our economic strategy. But we have been neglected for years. I accept that. Councillor Hagman has given us her lived experience, which I think is immensely important that we hear from councillors, and I'm really glad that that is actually coming through because it's been missing in the past. And she also points out the gender imbalance in matters like this. However, I do think that there's been an opportunity missed. I mean, this is a doorstep of a removal. £20 in that format is an enormous amount of money to be taken away in one particular felled swoop, and I don't think maybe that an opportunity was taken to taper it in some way. I think that would have been more appropriate. I'm still slightly dithering actually about who I'm going to plump down on which side, but I'm sure it's absolutely correct to write and express our opinions and express our worries. And actually also to ask why the opportunity was not taken to taper it. But I'd be interested to hear what other members have to say.
Thanks, Jane. Councillor Nicholson, did you want back in again?
Without going back and forth with Councillor Hagman, you know, it's fine saying not political. I am not being political about this. This is something that the Scottish Government can do now and not wait for any kind of independence referendum. They can do it now without waiting.
Thanks, Ronnie. About any further contributions, either remote or in the House? I'm not seeing anything, so we have an amendment and a motion, and we'll proceed to the vote if there are no further.
Leader?
Yes, yes.
We haven't had a chance to sum up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Andy. Yeah, do sum up. Well, in fact, I think I should invite Adam to sum up first, and then yourself. Adam, do you wish to sum up?
Apologies, Leader. I think, to be honest, I have had a chance to come back in during the debate, which was useful, and I'm very grateful to you for that. I think there's been a debate, certainly, on this. I'm quite clear that the issue facing too many families over this winter, and we just hope that members would support the fact that we all have a role to play in tackling poverty.
And you just reminded me, actually, that according to standing orders, I shouldn't have allowed anybody to come in second more than once, actually. So my apologies for that. I'd forgotten that standing orders required me to allow people to only speak once. Anyway, I'll pass to Councillor Ferguson, and he can sum up on his motion.
Thanks very much, Leader. I'll put my picture on. Just a couple of things here. One comment about it could have been packaged differently. The national politicians have tried packaging it nicely. This is a political stunt. This is out of utter frustration that the national politicians in Westminster have not listened, right, to what even their own party are saying. So this isn't a party political problem. This is some people in the government in London who are hell-bent in doing this come hell or high water, and there was significant numbers of their own backbench, and actually former ministers voted against it. So, and I also take exception to be saying that this was political posturing. I have championed through my entire life fighting against poverty. I have helped and worked and supported, and I've actually got lived experience of poverty. Okay, so the bit I'm getting at here is I can't disagree with Adam or anybody who says about the child money. It's in the programme for government. If they don't deliver it, then quite rightly we do something about that. I'd be the first to join them. Okay, but the big message from me here is please don't dilute the message. The message here is that universal credit
is a terrible, terrible way. And to say that it was supposed to be temporary, you can't give somebody money for a year and then just tell them that it's coming off them at the end of the year when they're living in the most dire circumstances. So if Adam was to bring forward another motion here to full council, talking about the child payments that he's talking about, I would probably support him, because, you know, government have said it's in the programme. I would rather they waited and had it as a budget commitment, so it was there forever, right, rather than a temporary measure that could fall into exactly the same trap as what's happened with universal credit. So my plea to everybody here is, don't dilute the message. This is about universal credit. That's what the motion was about, and the other bit's been put onto it there just now. Totally understand why they've done that, but please don't dilute the message. Thanks, Elaine.
Thanks, Andy. Can we proceed to the vote?
Thank you, Leader. So in terms of the motion, it's as per the papers that were circulated, and if you could bear with me with the amendment, and we've got 2.3, agree that both Scottish and UK governments and Dumfries and Galloway Council have a pivotal role in tackling poverty experienced by too many people in Dumfries and Galloway. 2.4, agree that Dumfries and Galloway Council is opposed to the cut in the universal credit, which is due to take effect from the 6th of October. 2.5, agree that the leader should write to the Chancellor and the Exchequer and local MPs, setting out the Council's opposition to this cut and to seek a halt to the cut. 2.6, to note that over 100 organisations, faith groups and individuals have called on the Scottish Government to double the Scottish child payment as soon as possible to reduce child poverty in Scotland. 2.7, agree that Dumfries and Galloway Council support the call for the double the Scottish child payment immediately. And 2.8, agree that the leader should write to the First Minister and local MSPs setting out the Council's support for doubling the Scottish child payment immediately. That's the amendment. And if we could proceed to the vote, we'll use our spreadsheet, and Tracy's going to help us with that, if that's okay. If I could start with yourself, Leader.
Forgive my stupidity here, but if I don't support the motion or the amendment, well, it's not the same as being against them, is it? That's like I didn't know what I was doing.
You can dissent. We can note your
okay,
dissent.
thank you. Thank you.
You can abstain or note the dissent.
Okay, I vote for the amendment.
Would I have had to have had my own then counter amendment that there should be no letter at all to actually be against this? Because abstention is kind of neutral, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's abstain at the moment. There is no further amendment. Quite clear in terms of the motion and amendment. So you can have one or the other, and in that regard.
How do you oppose both of them then?
Well, yeah, no, I think what the question was, but it's not. In order to oppose both of them, you would have had to propose a counter amendment. Yeah.
Missed the chance to do it. Yeah. Okay, got you. Thank you.
So we'll proceed with the vote. Leader?
Amendment.
Councillor Davidson?
Motion.
Councillor Bell?
Amendment.
Councillor Blake?
Amendment.
Councillor Brodie? That may... Councillor Brodie is not currently in the meeting. Councillor Doogie Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor John Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor Ian Carruthers? He's not in the meeting either. Sorry, could you repeat that, Councillor Carruthers? Is that Councillor Carruthers? Is that Councillor Brodie? Okay, I think we just had an echo in the mic. Councillor Karen Carruthers? I believe she's not in the meeting either. Councillor Charteris? Not in the meeting. Councillor Dempster?
Amendment. Amendment.
Amendment. Councillor Dryber?
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale? Yep. Sorry, apologies from my end. Councillor Fairbairn?
Amendment.
Councillor Ferguson?
Motion.
Councillor Giusti? Yeah. Councillor Hagman?
Motion, please.
Councillor Howie?
Amendment.
Councillor Hislop?
Amendment.
Councillor English?
Amendment.
Councillor James?
Abstain.
Councillor Johnson?
Amendment.
Councillor Lever?
Amendment.
Councillor Little?
Motion.
Councillor McGregor? Yeah. And Councillor McCammon?
Amendment.
And Councillor McClelland?
Motion.
Okay, Tracy, can you bring down the spreadsheet? Sorry. Councillor McComb?
Amendment.
Councillor McKee?
Amendment.
Councillor Maitland?
Amendment.
Councillor Marshall?
Amendment.
Councillor Martin?
Amendment.
Councillor Nicholson?
Amendment.
Councillor Ronnie? No. Councillor Scobie?
Amendment.
Councillor Sloan, not here. Councillor Stitt?
Amendment.
Councillor Surtees? Not here. Councillor Tate?
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson?
Motion.
Councillor Wilson?
Amendment.
Councillor Wood? And Councillor Wood's not here either. Councillor Young?
Motion.
Okay. Councillor Surtees? Councillor Surtees? There's some technical difficulties, maybe.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, can hear you now. Yep.
Motion.
Motion. Okay, so we have 10 for the motion and 22 for the amendment. The amendment is now carried.
Thank you. We move on to agenda item 12, which is notice of motion about the Afghan Citizens Resettlement Scheme. Before moving to the detail of the motion, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from the Communities Committee so that we may discuss it? Agreed? Members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Dougie Campbell and seconded by Councillor Katie Hagman. The notice of motion is attached as an appendix. Kirsty Peden is available on Teams to assist members with any questions. And can I ask Councillor Campbell and Councillor Hagman to propose and second their motion, after which I shall invite contributions and questions from other members. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you for the opportunity to present this motion. You know, I was struck this morning when listening to Councillor Ryborough's report as Armed Forces Champion, and that reminder of the sacrifices that our military personnel make when politicians take us to war, but also the lasting impacts on our veterans. And the recent events in Afghanistan, and in particular what we witnessed, a horrifying experience, I'm sure, for those involved at Kabul airport. And I think what I was mindful of in this motion was that those people who urgently made their way to the airport, desperately trying to escape from the Taliban, were people who had supported and served our service personnel in Afghanistan over the last 20 years. I appreciate, Leader, that you have recently made some comments in relation to the new Afghan scheme, resettlement scheme that the UK government has announced, but I felt it was important that we make a commitment as a full council. And the reason for doing that is that over a number of years now, Dumfries and Galloway has really stepped up to the plate in supporting Syrian refugees, Afghan refugees and unaccompanied asylum-seeking children. And the motion is an acknowledgement of, and I particularly want to commend our council staff, including officers such as Kirsty Peden, who has presented this report, our regional partners, charities and community volunteers, all of whom have really responded in such a fantastic way to support refugees who have fled to this country and seeking safe haven. From a bit of personal experience, I have been the director of Scottish Refugee Council and also a refugee mentor, I should say. And I, through that experience, made very good friends with a refugee family who witnessed their entire family being slaughtered by Islamist terrorists and managed to escape to the UK. And at that time, when they arrived in Glasgow, they had no education whatsoever. And now they are in a position that one is an occupational health assistant and the other has a degree in finance and auditing. And, you know, through that benefit of coming to our country, they are contributing in a very positive way to the well-being of our society. And I think it's always important to remember that. But what I do know is that the scars are very real for that family, and that will be the very same for Afghan refugees who will arrive here in Dumfries and Galloway, both as part of the current ARAP scheme, but also if we agree to support the new refugee and resettlement scheme following the fall of Afghanistan. And this commitment that we make to them has to be a lifetime commitment to support them through, because they have experienced many, many horrors and have great fears for their family back home. And I'm sure most of them would want to go home, and whether that is realistic for them, I have my doubts, but it's important that we support them in every way that they can. So I'm hoping that elected members will endorse this notice of motion. And just as a point of clarity, there's an inclusion at the end of the motion making reference to the cost of this additional scheme being underwritten by the UK government. My understanding is through discussions with Kirsty is that this has been a measure put in place by the UK government, and it's really, really important that we are provided with the additional resources to effectively support those refugees that come to our region in due course. Thank you, and I so move.
Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, Doogie, for moving this motion, and I would formally second the motion before you today. I spoke in the last item about the absence of empathy and understanding and how that will lead to, or it can lead to great harm, and I don't see that lack of empathy or understanding here across Dumfries and Galloway, across the chamber with members. We had on the 24th of June the pleasure and I was really humbled to hear directly from 2 of the Syrian refugees who are here in Dumfries and Galloway, calling Dumfries and Galloway their home now. And the theme of that was extending the hand of friendship. And it's for that reason that I think it's very important. And I was, honoured to be able to second the motion before you today. In July this year, 21, the UN stated that there was 18.5 million Afghans needing humanitarian support. And there's 2.5 million UNHCR registered refugees from Afghanistan globally. I think the point and the lived experience and expertise knowledge that Councillor Campbell talked about there is vital for us to understand the situation that we're in here. Dumfries and Galloway is a wonderful region, and we do have space. We are welcoming, and I think that the inclusion of refugees within our population will do nothing but enhance our civilization, our communities, and certainly it's for that reason that I'm really happy to support this one once again. I would like to say that it's not just here in the chamber that we talk about the support. There is huge support in our communities, and I've spoken to Kirsty direct about the collaboration, the partnership working that we're doing here in Dumfries and Galloway, which is exemplary as far as I can see from hearing and listening to other situations across the UK. The work that's being done here in Dumfries and Galloway absolutely is commended. And certainly mid-August, by the end of August, I had even in my own ward down in the Mackers, one of my constituents putting out a call for donations to help the refugees coming to this country. And, I was really privileged to be able to fill my entire van. I've got a Renault Masters van, and it was filled with donations that I took along to Mool. So, there's huge support within our communities. And, any refugees that, we're fortunate enough to be able to welcome into our communities will be very, very welcome. So, yes, I'm really happy is not the right word, but I'm happy that I have the opportunity to second this motion before you today. So thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Councillor Dryburgh.
Thanks very much, Leader. It would come as no surprise as I very much support this motion going forward. Only last week we heard about, the Taliban have stopped education for secondary school young women. And I think that's just the start of what's going to happen in Afghanistan. If we can support our Afghan refugees coming into the region and give them the education, perhaps, hopefully one day they'll be able to go back home and run a country that's democratically run. I also have first experience with refugees, not from Afghanistan, but from the Syrian refugees, supporting them from one of our third sector organisations here in Annan. And they do call Dumfries and Galloway home. And I'm pleased, to support this motion going forward. I would be particularly pleased to support if any of the Afghanistan refugees coming into the area did support our forces, because I'm sure that the Veterans Garden would welcome them for some meals and some discussion on what they did, because we do have a few ex-servicemen and women who have been in Afghanistan, and it may be they have old acquaintances, and that'll lighten the load for some of our other sector partners who bring this forward. So I will be fully supporting this motion, and I thank Councillor Campbell for bringing it forward.
Thanks, Archie. Councillor Surtees.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, thank goodness. Sorry about that earlier. So yes, thank you to councillors Campbell and Hagman for bringing this very important motion forward, and also to Archie for his comments. And I fully agree with everything that's been said, and I will be supporting this motion. I've had experience of working with refugees as a social worker, and what I know is that when we welcome people who are in trouble like this, and we make them feel at home for the time being anyway, it affects absolutely everybody in the country and in our local region. It's the concept of I'm okay, you're okay. And I would like to give my heartfelt thanks to the volunteers who are supporting refugees in our region, and to everybody that is making this happen. This is a horrific and terrible situation that we are witnessing in front of our eyes, and there are people suffering beyond belief, and we only know a third of what's really, really happening. I've had a lot of experience of LGBTQ people being persecuted, and I know that is not receiving a huge amount of attention, but I know that is happening. And so, yes, thank you very, very much for bringing it forward, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ros. Councillor James.
Thank you. I doubt whether anyone's going to be against a small number of Afghan refugees coming here, particularly the ones that have supported our armed services over there, and I believe they've been given indefinite leave to stay. But I think the tendency is when people come, they don't tend to go back anywhere. Like in Afghanistan, I think if some people did try and go back, but they're probably going to be trying to get out again. But any one moment, there are probably about 2 billion people who would like to come to the UK, so we can't take them all. As I understand the sort of SNP thinking, you know, we should encourage as much immigration into Scotland as possible, but we're lucky they haven't been successful in fulfilling that ambition yet, because immigration is not always good. As we know, there are parts of England now that people don't feel at home in, because when it's more than a small amount of people, they don't have to assimilate, and they don't necessarily assimilate. US, and we spent $1 trillion in Afghanistan, but we were up against 1,000 years of Islam, and you know, Islam won out in the end there. So different parts of the world have different cultures, and I just think it's important that we do not have high amounts of immigration, because we could even things out to an extent that we're no longer attractive, because we've descended down to be like large swathes of the earth which are not as comfortable as the lovely area that we live in that is very attractive.
Thank you, Councillor James. I see there's a strange message come up saying the computer is about to restart, so that's, I don't know if they can do anything to prevent that from happening. But I can't see now whether there's other people wanting to speak because of this message having come up. Can I invite anybody else who wishes to, and I'll try and see it on my other device. And there is nobody else. Okay, it's gone, that's fine. Okay, if we have no other speakers, can we proceed to the motion? And are we happy to agree the motion? Okay, if we could now speed through the minutes for approval, starting with the Ad Hoc Waste Collection, Treatment and Disposal Subcommittee of the 20th of August.
Happy to move.
Do I have a seconder?
Happy to second.
Good. The Annan Common Good Fund Subcommittee of 18th of August.
Happy to move, Leader.
Right. And a seconder?
I'm happy to second if no one else.
Okay, the Annandale Nestdale Area Committee of the 25th of June.
Move.
Okay.
Second.
Right. The Civic Government Licensing Panel of the 9th of June.
Happy to move, Chair.
So, Dougie, can you second?
Sorry, Leader. My computer's been going through the same experience of shutting down, and I'm sorry if I've missed anything. But the licence panel, yes, happy to second.
Thank you. and the Civic Government Licensing Panel of the 25th of June.
Happy to move, Chair.
And
Happy to second.
Right. The Civic Government Licensing Panel of the 7th of September.
Happy to move, Chair.
Happy to second, Chair.
The Communities Committee of the 24th of August.
Happy to move, Chair.
Happy to second.
The Education and Learning Committee of the 22nd of June.
Happy to second, Chair.
Good. The Kirkcudbright Common Good Fund Subcommittee of the 18th of August.
Happy to move.
And I'm pleased to second.
Right. The Planning Applications Committee of the 25th of August.
Happy to move, Leader.
Happy to second, Leader.
The Social Work Services Committee of the 19th of August.
Move. Happy to second.
Thank you. The Stranraer Common Good Fund Subcommittee of the 30th of June. Has Willie gone? I think we've only got Ros still here. Okay, we may have to leave that one until we've got more members from Stranraer here. Stranraer, I think the same will be true of the next one, which is the Stranraer Common Good Fund Subcommittee. I don't think we have enough Stranraer members here, so we'll leave that one. The Response Renewal and Recovery Subcommittee of the 1st of June, which I will move.
I think I'm happy to second that, Leader.
Yes, you're on the list. And the Response Renewal and Recovery Subcommittee of the 19th of August, which I will move.
And I'll second.
Right. Great. Item 14 was the minutes for noting, which we have. Item 15, any other business deemed urgent, as well as item 17. I also have an urgent exempt item of business in relation to the Singleton Park Care Home, as advised at the start of the meeting. So we now move to the exempt part of the meeting. Members are asked to consider adoption of resolution to exclude the public from the meeting in terms of section 50A4, paragraph 1 of part 1 of schedule 7A of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973 in relation to item 17 and in relation to urgent item 17A. Paragraphs 1, 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, 11 and 12 of part 1 of the schedule 7A of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973. Are we happy to agree on that? Don't ask me to repeat it. Okay, thanks.